All right. So before I get into the setup here, I thought I'd just do a quick run through of the Soulbound system since everyone except Loki's played it, but that was a while ago. So I figured I'd just be on the safe side here.
Yeah, I was looking at that. You covertly made us play Warhammer again, you motherfucker.
Yep, I will sell
You
you
son
on
of a
this.
bitch.
I will make you like this, and then we will do a campaign of it. I am slow selling you on it. But I filed all the Warhammer off of it, so it's just its own thing.
Like I said, the only thing I will veto is an entire Star Wars campaign. Otherwise, people can do whatever the fuck they want, and I'll play it. I don't care. And again, Star Wars, I just don't want a long campaign of it. I'll play a short. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so quick basic tutorial here. Soulbound is a D6 dice pool system, though your sheets will do most of the calculations for you, just so you know how the mechanics work. Everything is about forming a dice pool of an attribute and one skill. So you got 3 attributes: body, mind, soul. You should probably be able to figure out what each one of those does. And then they can correlate to any skill. So like if you want to lift something, that'd be body, might. And then every task has a difficulty number or a DN. It's got 2 parts to it. There is the difficulty and the complexity. The difficulty is what you need to roll equal to or greater on each D6 to get a success. So if something's difficulty 4, that means you roll all those D6s and every 4 or greater is considered a success. And complexity is how many successes you need to achieve the task. So I'll just put this in the Roll20 chat here. So something that looks like that, DN43, would mean you need to get 4s or higher on your dice, and you need 3 successes. Most things only require 1. I'm just prefacing you with it. In addition, on some of your skills, you have what's called focus. These are like a free-floating +1s that you can add to the result of a die. So, for example, if you rolled a 3 on a d6 and you had 1 point of focus, you could add it to that die, and then it counts as being a 4. So that was you succeed. So you got a bit more roll control there.
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit? How to add to it?
On some skills, you'll see them listed on your sheet. You'll have what's called focus, which each point of focus acts as like a free-floating +1.
Oh, okay.
So say you need to get a 4 on a d6 and you roll a 3, you could add 1 point of focus to it, and then that would become a 4, which then counts as a success.
Okay, and do you get to use that a number of times as long as it's just every time
whenever you use that skill, you could use all your focus.
Okay.
The only thing is that you can only add a +1 to one die once. So if you've got +2 points of focus, you can't turn a 2 into a 4, for example.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, basically it's a very fun way to give yourself more variation for character builds without you needing to roll like 15 d6 as some other dice pool systems. So I'm not going to get into it here because this is more of like a character building thing in Soulbound. But basically, focus, you're statistically more likely to succeed, but with more, they call it training, which is just the number of extra dice you roll for the skill, you're more likely to have a bigger success. So it's a nice trade-off. People far more big-brained than me did all the math, and they figured that out. So
gotcha.
Let's see. There's some minutia combat stuff I can get into when it comes up. For example, like this system doesn't use 5-foot squares; it uses zones, which we've used before. That'll be pretty self-explanatory when we get there.
For people who are looking at the character sheet, if you click the plus symbol next to your talents, it'll pop up the description of what your talents do.
Yes. this is true.
Because it's not like Fate and stuff like that, where it's like, it's just a text, and then you have to make use of it what you will. It actually has mechanical.
Yes, Soulbound does actually have like genuine hard mechanics. It's why I like it. It's what I consider one of the halfway points in between Pathfinder First Edition and Fifth Edition, because it's a lot crunchier than Fifth Edition without going full Pathfinder First Edition.
Honestly, every time I see someone bitch about that online, and they talk about their improvements they've made, so I'm just like, you're playing Second Edition Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's really what it is. I consider Soulbound and Second Edition twin sides of the same coin. Soulbound is a little bit more on the narrative side, and Second Edition has a little bit more on the mechanics side, but they're kind of meeting in the middle. But yes, on your talents, which are like your character abilities, you can hit little plus. And I put exactly what they do in there. Some of you, like Nefertiti, have spells and miracles. Dracula also has spells. Okay. Let's see. I want to get into it, but just last couple things. Initiative is fixed when it comes up. You don't roll it. It's just everyone's got an initiative score, and you always go in that order. There's an optional rule to roll, but I kind of like fixed initiative myself. Fast is always fast. You've got kind of two health pools. It's very reminiscent of what Kenneth did in his Skyworld Pathfinder game, where you've got toughness and wounds. Toughness will be your green bar. Think of toughness as like your overshields if you ever played Halo, where you don't want them to go down, but if they do go down, it's not a big deal. It's the first layer of health that is taken. But out of combat, you can do what's called a breather, which is like a short rest, but it only lasts 10 minutes, and then it all comes back, so it's not that big of a deal. Wounds last far longer and are harder to remove, and we can address how you regain those when it comes up in the gameplay. And they have a whole slightly different way of how they're calculated. I'm not going to get into right now, but underneath the handouts folder, I do a little rule help thing that explains it. The last thing I'm going to talk about before we hop into it, as I said, there's going to be lots of little minutia stuff, is metal. Metal is a resource that you only use in combat. It's very important I stress that. Think of it as like if this was a fighting game, that's like your special moves bar, basically. On your turn, you can expend a point of metal to do several different things. You can use it to take an additional action, like a secondary attack or a secondary move. You can also use it to double the training before the roll. So if you had if Cope was trying to cast a spell, his character has 2 to channeling, which is the spell casting skill. So normally he would roll mind plus 2 additional d6. But if he spent a point of metal, then he could roll mind plus 4 dice instead. We can get to that in time. The big thing about metal is that, I have to stress this, it's only an in-combat thing. If we're not in combat, you don't get to use it. And I'll remind us again when we get into it, but you regain 1 point of metal at each combat turn. So there's really no reason not to use it.
Especially if you only have 1.
Yeah, especially if you only have 1.
I had 2 last time, you son of a bitch.
Yep. No, low-key pick.
I have a quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I have a quick question. Do we get back pay?
No, your character's already dead.
Yeah.
Is there a place I can read these abilities without putting them in chat? Okay, the plus sign.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with some of your abilities and your talents. Poor Cope did pick the character who has the most, because he's got 6 spells and 3 miracles, which are slightly different.
Yep, all mine
They're
revolve
pretty-
around
they're
Frankie
all kind of
Smash.
Yeah, mine are all thematic. I mean, it's like she's a necromancer.
Yep.
Raise dead, rot people's faces, make them weak, make yourself strong. All
Yeah.
with blood magic.
All I do is I can make myself ignore defense to get better at punching. I can super punch people, and I can every now and then give some extra punches.
He's very straightforward like that.
That's why I knew I was going to choose him as soon as he showed the lineup.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, this guy's going to be the simplest. Fine.
Yeah. And Cope,
Well,
just so you
I
know,
have to admit, I only went Nefertiti because Richard challenged me to be Nefertiti and talk like a Valley girl the whole time.
totally fine. This little Halloween one shot will be as serious or as goofy as you guys want it. I'm gonna play it straight from the NPC standpoint, but how you guys present yourself is 100% up to you.
I'm just telling everyone else I'm going full goof with Frankenstein's monster.
Yep.
All right. Are we ready to get started? Are we going to record this one?
I think Kenneth already is.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't you know Michael Kenneth is always recording?
He records every conversation we have.
He
and
just
stores it
puts the
in his
microphone
phone.
closer to his chest. Say that one more time.
Yeah. Did you say that into the flower I have pinned on my chest for no apparent reason?
He's like, it's going to be
Directly
like
into the vase.
Michael Jackson. Years after we're all dead, they're still going to be releasing the Kenneth recordings.
Could you?
Turns out I was the NSA agent the whole time.
Is there any chance you could show me that document again, but for no apparent reason into this teddy bear?
Yes, the interesting thing about this one is this one was before the murders. You really get to see a descent.
Oh yeah, there's also Doom, but we'll get into that in a moment. That's like your fate point meta currency, but you all share it.
I think we all who were there remember pretty well.
Yep. I know Loki wasn't, so I was just doing a quick one over.
Yep, I appreciate it.
No, you should run in the dark. Have no idea what you're doing. No explanation. Yeah.
Pull those levers, twist those knobs.
Yeah, do a thing.
Make an attack of opportunity.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. There is no attacks of opportunity. Just gonna. I mean, technically, Michael's character's got a reverse attack of opportunity because every time someone enters the zone he's in, he can spew acidic vomit on them. Because that's a thing he can do.
Yeah, I'm real fighty.
Mm-hmm. Yes. How it worked is that I built 6 characters. Frankenstein's monster and Gilman are the tanks. Nefertiti and Dracula are the specialists, and Wolfman and the Phantom of the Opera are roguelike strikers. The build I did for the Wolfman is he can do like 1,000,000 charges in one turn, and each one gets stronger.
I like it.
Yeah, because
Can definitely tell you're a game designer. At heart.
and just because I am trying to sell you guys on this system, it is worth pointing out that all these abilities and all these characters are 100% by the rules. I made none of this up. This is all starting character stuff.
We get it. We get it. You wanted to play the system.
It's super easy to use, guys. Trust me. This
Yeah.
is all.
Only minor bleeding. All right. So I have a little script here I'm going to read for the opening. This is kind of a version of what I put in the start of the Roll20, but I'll do it now anyway with a little thematic music. All right. That audio level a little. There we go. All right. Over 150 years ago, the forces of darkness were struck a grievous blow. Under the leadership of the famed Dutch monster hunter, Professor Abraham Van Helsing, 5 of the Lords of Evil were bested and banished into the depths of Purgatory. Cut off from their vile masters, the minions of evil were easy to slay. Soon the monsters of yesteryear faded from memory save for novels and motion pictures. This era of peace, humanity has forgotten that once the dark was full of monsters. But one night a year, they can remember. Halloween has always been a time when the veil between worlds was at their thinnest. But when the full moon is in ascendance, the barrier between purgatory is weak indeed. For 3 glorious nights, the old lords of darkness can run unchecked once more, albeit briefly. But perhaps this will change this very night, for in the sleepy suburban cul-de-sac of Pleasant Lane, the unthinkable is about to happen, as the old world terrors emerge to reign once again over these long, unhallowed nights. Imagine that as the opening Star Wars credit scroll, as the camera pans down on a cul-de-sac, not at night, but very much in the middle of the day. There's broody gray clouds obscuring the sun, making it a bit hazy, but the trees are all covered in autumn colors. It is year 2000XX. We're not really placing the time period here. As our camera pans over the houses of the cul-de-sac to just beyond, where there is a rickety, broken down old mansion, much like the one in the background here. And entering this mansion are 2 teenagers. One male, one female. The young girl is clinging to her boyfriend's arm, saying how everyone knows this house is haunted, that we shouldn't be going in here. He's insisting that it's fine. It's the middle of the day. When has a horror movie ever started in the middle of the day? They begin walking through these empty halls. This old, broken down home that honestly is about to come down and kill everyone inside any second. They
But
only notice,
inexplicably stays.
yes, inexplicably stands, as there is only one peculiar feature that they gather around in the living room by the fireplace. Sitting on a rocking chair is a single, freshly carved jack-o'-lantern. A flickering orange internal light. Lean closer. Who left this jack-o'-lantern here? It's still lit. I don't... the boy looks forward. Yeah, it's not a candle inside. It's some sort of glowing rock. And then fire shoots from the mouth and the eyes of the jack-o'-lantern, fully engulfing 2 teens as they scream and are reduced to ash in mere moments. The air is filled with a utterance of chants as the human remains ashes are formed into a pentagram on the floor. And as the chanting reaches its own ghostly crescendo, the pentagram lights up and opens forth as a portal, as crawling out of purgatory itself are our 5 monstrous characters.
I just gotta say, out of all these characters, though, including Phantom of the Opera, I would say Gilman probably has the most pathetic story. His story is just the story of wildlife on planet Earth post-industrial age.
Yep. So yes, you, the 5 Lords of Darkness, find yourself returned to the world of mortals. Now, you have escaped your prison a few times over the past century and a half. I don't know how often a full moon on Halloween happens, but let's just snowball it and say every 10 to 15 years. That sounds fair to everyone?
I actually looked it up. It's every 19 to 20 years.
Well, there we go. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought I'd help you when I came up if you didn't remember.
Nope. It's all good. But, so keep that in mind that when you see a car, your mind is not going to be completely blown because you were last out here in the 90s.
Cell phones are probably
Yeah,
mind blowing though.
But what is interesting this time is all of you had normally returned to the world in separate places. Never all of you at the same time, the exact same.
Yeah, the last time we were here, we filmed Monster Mash, and that was pretty much all we had time to do.
Yes, thank you for getting that reference, Michael. That was the inspiration for this entire thing. Was that movie?
It came out in 95, so
Yes, if none of you had seen Monster Squad, just fucking get on it.
Is that the one where they exclaim "Wolfman has nards"?
Yes, Wolfman has nards, and there's a plot point where they're trying to find which one of their friends is a virgin. Fucking classic cinema. The fat kid kills a mummy with a shotgun. Just an actual shotgun. It's great.
all right. So we all just blasted out of this pumpkin, basically.
You blasted out of the floor, and there was a lit pumpkin right there.
Oh, okay. So okay. Yeah, so Gilman's flopping around on the floor right now, doing some magic harp splash. What's everyone else up to?
Frankenstein immediately turns to the flaming pumpkin, like, "Oh!" So you can just try to stomp it out.
The pumpkin goes, "No, wait, chill out.
Oh. Oh.
Wolfman is doing the canine stretch and scratching the back of his ear, like he woke up for a long doggy nap.
The pumpkin speaks, so you must be responsible for the unusual circumstances.
Yeah. And as the pumpkin talks, the light in it's flickering. It goes, yeah, you can call me Jack. That's the name. Hope you don't mind me all bringing your little vacation in the moral world all the same location. But I've got a proposition for you five.
Not to be rude, but time is of a valuable nature.
Of course. Listen, let me break it down for you. This Halloween is a very special Halloween. Not only is it a full moon, as you know, since you're here, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to summon all y'all, but it is going to be a blood moon Halloween. Yeah, find the statistics on those, Richard. Which means...
I'm very sorry, Gumbo. My internet cut out, so I couldn't hear what the jack-o'-lantern said.
He said that this Halloween is very special. Not only is it a full moon Halloween, but it is a blood full moon Halloween.
Gotcha.
Which, if any of you are into spooky folklore shit like I am, that's a super bad sign. Yeah, if it's ever a blood full moon on Halloween, just stay inside. Just do yourself a favor. That's a hard no from old Gombo here.
Well, now that just sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, that happens. You just get on the phone call next week. Well, I totally got possessed by a demon, but it's fine. He's cool. We're sharing the body now.
I mean,
Actually,
all things considered, I was gonna say, all things considered, that's probably a step up for me.
Turns out he likes D&D too. Likes to play
Was
paladins
the whole
for some
time.
reason.
Yeah, for some reason, he really, really likes paladins.
Man, what a plot twist that would be if Satanic Panic was right the full time.
they just missed it by a generation or two.
Yeah, it was fully on point.
We were indoctrinating your children with fun the whole time.
Not fun.
Anyway, Jack the Jack-o'-lantern is continuing, saying, yeah, now, I've been around this old moral coil for a while, so I've learned a few things. There's an item, now if we get it, and it's nearby, we should be able to conduct a ritual that'll give us both what we want. You want to be able to stay here and not go back to Purgatory on November 1st. And I want to have a fucking body again.
Mm.
Does this body come with the artifact as well?
Well, the artifact is more of like an instruction manual on how to do the ritual. So,
Oh.
I guess you could keep it. I don't know. We'll need to cross that bridge when we get there.
Talking vegetable won't help us.
Yes, and undo the defeat and curse laid upon us by that wretched Van Helsing. So, what is it we're to look for?
Or sent for?
Just a short while north of here is an old church. Now, I did some scouting, and what we want is buried in the altar inside. But it's guarded by some stick-up-his-ass priest. So you'll need to get him out of the way. I will move you guys over to the map.
How pumpkin scout? Pumpkin.
Oh, I'm not actually the pumpkin champ. I'm just using it to communicate with you.
He just kind of blinks for a couple seconds and is like,
And that Wolfmel kind of loom over like a dog trying to inspect something, just nose gently twitching as it tries to get its scent and figure it out. All up in the personal space.
Richard, I was wondering. Sorry. Richard, I was wondering which version of Frankenstein's monster you were going to be.
Mel Brooks.
Because you could have just completely come out and been like talking eloquently and
Yeah, like the book one.
waxing
No.
philosophical.
No,
You
I'm
could have
going
spent
Mel
the
Brooks
book-
style.
Hallowed ground could be an issue, my good vegetable.
Well, that's your all specialty. The time is on the clock. So whether you want to go now or later or what you're doing, that's on you. I ain't any good in the old punchy, killy, stabby, blood drinking thing.
Where did the jack-o'-lantern say to go?
The old church. Yes.
Cool.
This map should hopefully not. It's a
I've
big
picked
map,
up the
but
jack-o'-lantern and I've already started going.
it hopefully shouldn't have any sort of like latency or glitches because it is a big map, but it's two separate images and there's no dynamic lighting. It's literally just a flat map, so it should hopefully not have any problems.
Yeah, we tested, or at least I think I tested it for you.
So you guys can follow the trail of green. You can follow the trail of green goo that I'm leaving behind.
Oh yeah, Wolfie's already on it, taking in all the new scents of the era.
And it is daylight, so that would mean that
All the old scents. Okay, you're smelling like the Cretaceous period off of Gilman, okay?
So if you guys look in your sheets, each of you has like some weaknesses. That's one thing that isn't in the Soulbound game. I added that for the themes here. So for example, Dracula is fine inside this house, but he'll get burned if he goes out into the sunlight. If I remember correctly, it's like 5 damage per round, so it's pretty substantial. Yeah, 5 damage whenever you enter or start your turn in a zone filled with sunlight. So
Yeah, I know I can't approach anything
Dang.
like more than a fist-sized thing of fire.
And Cope hasn't said anything this entire time. But his spells don't work during the daytime.
And is it currently the daytime?
It is.
Did we lose a Cope? Because I haven't heard him either.
Yeah.
No,
you there?
she's Nefertiti's just standing behind all these fucking morons, looking at her nails, hand on her hip, thinking, "How the hell am I stuck with all these boys?" What's the
Act like you
area
know
like
whether or
around
not
this?
Gilman's a man.
What's the area like around here?
The spooky mansion is on a cliff overlooking the bog here, which is then overlooking the church.
And what is this stuff?
Burial cairns. Why are those in North America? Who knows? But they're there.
Indian burial ground, same thing, really.
Yeah, poltergeist. We've all seen it.
Anyways, so we got a Gilman. He's picking up Jack. All right, he's flopping his way on over here to come. What? Do you need to kill this priest? He said.
Retrieve an item that is within the altar of the church, and it's guarded by the priest.
Okay, so not necessarily kill the priest, but it's on the table.
Yeah.
No reason.
He's probably gonna be some fucking stereotypical fucking badass. He's gonna pull out like a fucking crucifix-shaped sword.
I kick ass in the name of the Lord.
Turns out it's Alexander fucking Anderson.
It's a Velocipaster.
I was tempted, but man, the pastor would have been good.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, oh well. No Velocipaster, I'm sorry.
You could just use the image of the Blue Raptor from Sons of Damerhall.
Yeah,
Same
but
thing, really.
There's a whole stat block.
I know.
All right.
As you know, reason to wait. Not often this opportunity comes.
Yeah,
Nefertiti takes a seat.
Must wait.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere in that sun. Mm-mm.
So you could at least scout the place out.
Gilman, you go through the front door and you're immediately blinded by the scalding light of the sun because if you look at your weaknesses.
Frankie can scout. I'm very sneaky.
Oh, so it's bright lights.
Mm-hmm.
So is
Like
that
that
like
idiot.
would that depend on like if we like went later in the day, would that affect him as much to the point where he couldn't go outside?
Yeah, if it was nighttime, you wouldn't have a problem, or if you were underwater in this bog here. Because you have the amphibious
Frankie.
talent.
Throw him off the cliff.
Okay.
Okay, I just grabbed Gilman.
It doesn't hurt you. I did say cannot willingly enter.
If Dragon actually gave me the instructions to throw Gilman off the cliff, I'm gonna go do it. I just picked up Gilman. Come with me, fish. Blackula ordered me to throw you.
Oh, I've got to see this.
And I grab Gilman and I take him to the edge and I just chuck him off right here into the
Way to
water.
assume Gilman lets you grab him. Make a check, motherfucker.
Yes, a
Like,
grapple
check
would be a body might. This will be a great first roll.
Dropping Jack on the ground, by the way.
Let me double-
Target DN.
Let me see. Hold on, I have a thing for this. Grapple.
Just the jack-o'-lantern explode.
Oh, it's a DN4. And it's
Can I
whoever gets
roll
the most-
something to try to catch the pumpkin before it falls?
I'll just say you can.
Okay. This first instinct is to fetch.
I got one
Last roll?
success. I guess it's opposed might.
Yep.
Alright. So,
Whoever has the most successes.
I imagine
Mundo.
so.
and target DN is 4 as well.
Yep, that's the average.
Okay. Let's go.
I grab you, immediately slip on some mucus, and be like, ugh, never
And
mind.
Gilman fucking bites your arm.
Ugh! I just go sit in the corner.
Horrible gummy teeth.
Well, I will scout. You want to come with me, Jack?
I mean, I'm technically not the pumpkin. I just use it to communicate.
Right. But I could take the pumpkin with me, so you could... Or are you bound to this particular area? Yeah, we'll
Oh.
find out. And Wolfmane goes out with the pumpkin.
All right.
And, yeah, he'll proceed to stalk his way over towards the church, sticking to the shadows and foliage.
All right. Let's see. Why don't you go ahead and give me a body stealth? Difficulty 4.
Body stealth.
I don't know why the health bars on your tokens disappeared. You have them. They're just not visible.
Target DN 4?
4, yes.
It's because you don't have a max on some of them. But if you put a max on some of them, it should pop up.
Why did that disappear?
And it's not working anymore either. It's just something that's been happening with something. Like, it's not showing up for me, but I can see Wolfman's and Nefertiti.
Yeah, because I just edited those.
Oh yeah, so you have to edit it when if the player does it. It doesn't change it now.
Yep.
Don't break stuff to fix. They won't get as much budget next year.
We've innovatively made it worse.
So that way you can pay us to make it better, as in put it back to the way it was.
Yeah,
So
like,
that is 3
Gilman's
successes.
got 0 and
All right.
4. It's like, oh no, Gilman.
That's just going to be compared against the passive awareness of anyone that you're trying to sneak past. So what path do you take? Do you just jump straight into the bog and start wading through the thick water, or do you want to take the long way around to go to the rickety walkway?
We'll go rickety walkway. Or actually, so are these like bouts of stretches of land?
Yeah, they're zones.
Okay.
They're what they are is they're bog. They're like the brackish bog water. So though it's not going to matter because we're out of combat, in combat those would be considered difficult terrain, except for Gilman because he explicitly can swim through them.
Actually, so he won't take the rickety bridge. He would try to stick with as much land area as possible with through the bog.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna have the wet dog smell following us all evening.
All right.
Who puts a motherfucking church in the middle of a bog?
Louisiana.
We worship our gods.
Bog Jesus.
Bog Jesus. All right. So, why don't you go ahead and move yourself to wherever you want to be in the zone to spy on the church?
Oh, okay. Make my way to the zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not in combat at the moment, so not a big deal.
I think here looks good.
All right. You see the church on a slight hill, a few graves centered around it, surrounded by a wrought iron fence. The stained glass windows of the wooden structure have boards nailed over them, and though the church looks quite old, you can see the flicker of shadow of movement and of candlelight inside as someone clearly dwells there.
Does it look like there's any shady areas around the church?
Not particularly.
Is it pretty much high noon at this point?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, he'll stalk around and not get too close, but kind of sticking to the foliage and make a trip around the back, see if he could get a little bit more idea of what's going on in there.
All right, give me a mind awareness.
Target DN?
We'll say 4.
Okay, and we'll focus adds 1 to the die?
If you don't add in the focus right now, you just roll it and then you can freely apply it. You'll see when you...
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
But, okay, awareness bonus, none. Wait.
The
is that
bonus
different?
is only if like an ability or something says
okay.
get +1 extra d6 or something.
Okay, I gotcha.
So, yeah, that you don't even need your point of focus. Every single one of those dies was a success.
All right.
Looking around, you catch the distinct scent of human and holy water from inside church. Definitely Dracula was right in that this ground is holy. Now, that's not going to stop you from venturing in there, but if there is a true follower of the Lord Jesus Christ, they will be a little bit stronger. Additionally, with the 3 that you notice 2 other things. There's a distinct scent of gunpowder, so whoever's in there is armed. And also, the only part of anachronistic technology is mounted on the side is a little gizmo that, I mean, you were in the 90s, it's like a garage door motion sensor for like floodlights. You haven't triggered it because you don't seem to have entered into the grounds of the church.
Mm.
And also, without the awareness, you can tell that to get inside, you will need to bash past those boards that have boarded everything up.
And doing a circuit around from the exterior perimeter, again, sticking to the foliage, it looks like it's pretty well. Like, there's no. Is there any particular weak spot that I could identify?
No.
Okay.
This guy's had a while to protect it, it seems.
Okay.
And that little symbol I just put on there is just showing that it's holy ground.
Okay.
The entire zone, essentially. Or not the entire zone, the church, because I didn't put a purple line, but that building is a separate zone from the space around it.
Okay. All right, and with that, Wolfman will make his way back to the to our house.
Okay. The rest of you just waiting?
I'm rummaging through the house looking for new clothes.
You find old, like, plantation era dresses that are almost completely eaten by moths.
I hold it out for Nefertiti. You want?
It's not my usual color, but I'll do it. He's now going to slip an old plantation dress over her. Now, an ancient Egyptian priest dressed in a plantation dress.
Mental images.
But if that doesn't take the
I ain't
entire
putting
time
no
Wolfman
line
gets back, Frankenstein probably would get curious and then try to go outside the house.
Does anyone let Frankie wander off there?
Somebody give him an ice cream so he'll be busy trying to catch the drips. I don't have time for stupid.
Okay, what the fuck he does?
I rather doubt this home contains such treats.
In fact, you know what? Can I just exit into the bog? Is that an option?
Unfortunately, the zone outside the house is sunlight, but then you'll need to get into fog.
I was going to ask, are each of the houses their own zone?
Yes.
I see there's no purple around them. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Is there any way Gilman can flush himself?
You do
I mean,
see
see
a
the
storm
sewer
drain
drain.
here, Wolfman.
Mental note.
Huh?
made.
There is a storm drain coming out of the cliff right there.
I will say no one stops Frankenstein,
But
so
still-
he's just going to wander into the yard.
Doesn't even open the door, just walks right through the wall.
Kaboom!
You just hear a loud straining followed by a bunch of cracks.
Oh, stop. Somebody. Fucking.
Take in the sights.
Mhm.
Sit on the edge with my feet off the edge of the cliff and just kind of kick my feet like a little kid.
Think about the
He's
name.
gonna. What's the age of this house? Like, what kind of stuff could I find in here?
I'd probably say like 1880s, maybe.
Oh gosh. Oh, no TV. I was hoping to watch MTV. I hope the Spice Girls are still hot.
The mental image of a mummy who comes out every 20 years and spent the 3 days that you had to rain terror upon the world watching MTV instead.
I mean, MTV
Those
To be
sisters
fair, the
back in
MTVs was its own kind of hell.
What the fuck?
It's like a
Those
90s
sisters were strong and empowered, and they had it under control and locked down.
While we were waiting for Wolfman, Frankenstein just turns over to Dracula. Remember in 70s when you wore blackface?
Oh god!
I try not to.
I'll say that it's around this time that Wolfman gets back.
Yeah, you just see me on the edge of the cliff just looking over.
Hi, Frank. Yeah.
Doggy.
Wolfman will trot his way inside. And because if anybody needs to know what's going on, it's everybody else. Frank's probably just going to do his own thing regardless. So, unfortunately, it's not vacant. Somebody's armed with both pistol or firearm of some kind and holy water. And there are motion sensors on the exterior. Is that right? Was it a motion sensor or was it?
Motion sensors.
Yeah, he did say it was a priest holed up in a church.
Unfortunately, he's one of those that are packing rather than just wearing the outfit. So might be.
I say we wait until night.
I don't know if I want to try to take it on my own or with just Frank.
Well, when night falls, I can send in my little peons, and they can take the brunt of it. You fellas can do the rest. But they won't come out and play during the day.
Either way, we're going to have to break in. All the windows are boarded up.
This is the very
don't I
last
have like
century,
acidic
but can't we
spit
just
or whatever?
burn him out?
Or is it
Sorry.
toxic?
What'd you say, Michael?
No, it's noxious. That's what it is.
Mhm.
I was just talking about one of my abilities because they were talking about the boards there.
You can damage them with that ability, yes. It's not necessarily going to be extra effective, but you can absolutely vomit on those planks to damage them.
Yeah, so I guess I'll hawk a little bit of a loop onto the floor.
And it sizzles.
Keep that up. You might be able to make your way to the drainage that's below this structure and leads directly into the bog.
Don't know that I can do that much.
Yeah,
I don't know how much vomit I have in my gut here.
yeah. Yeah, you're just vomiting on the floor, wipe your brow, pulls out a Gatorade label towards the camera.
Let me try to help, and he immediately starts to do that like almost plunger sound that dogs make when they're about to vomit.
Yeah.
You know what? I got guts, so I'll be able to do it for a long time.
Do you guys wish to wait?
Sadly, that is not how acid actually
In a
works.
different room, yes.
All right.
Going with Dracula.
The consensus is to wait for nightfall. Now, this would traditionally be called a rest, which is kind of like a long rest from 5th edition. This is when you'd heal wounds and stuff like that, but none of you are hurt, so that's not really important. So, I will set it to night. I am very proud of how this turned out, so...
Franklin spends his time trying to coax little birds to come to his hand, but when the few that do try, he
That's very
accidentally
cool.
crushes them.
And then there's one phoenix that lands on his hand.
I've been experimenting with nighttime versions for maps.
Yeah, did you
That
know
is really cool.
it literally just occurred to me like a couple weeks ago when I was making this. I'm like, oh my god, you can make multi-sided tokens for the map layer. I completely spaced that was an option.
Yeah,
That's
I
cool.
did notice that a while
That's
back, but
awesome.
I'm not good at making multi-colored maps. So what I do is I just usually make a token and tint the whole thing.
Yeah, I used the dungeon draft for this, and I just turned the lighting off, and it made it look like day. And then when I turned it on, it looks like night.
Nice.
Yeah, in Incarnate, it looks well lit by default, and then you can apply a night
That's still pretty cool.
to make it look like it's nighttime. So there might be a couple of those in Curse of the Crimson Throne, but I think I just put them like 2 maps on the same map layer because they're never that big, so it's not going to cause any problems, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
But in this little one shot here, we got 3 days and 3 nights, so I want to be able to easily cycle back and forth between.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, so it is nighttime. Ooh. Splash.
Leaps off the side of the cliff into the bog, totally fine.
Oh, it's a shallow. Oh.
You just see his leg sticking out, twitching.
Time to play.
Frankenstein
Let's go
does
for
not
a
want
walk.
to swim. Frankenstein is going to go the long way to get onto the rickety platform and then walk down.
Hey, Gombo.
Yep.
How many times can she cast her spells?
Unlimited.
Okay. Fellas, if y'all will go with me over to that graveyard, I can take us all over to the other graveyard. It's a little trick, I know.
Oh, okay. I could do tricks too. Train myself.
Mm-hmm.
The Wolfman doing shake is just a person shaking your hand.
Meanwhile, Frankenstein's like, huh? What? As he begins to wander to the south, just walk towards the rickety walkway.
Come on, Frankie.
He's gone.
How many spaces can you move in a turn?
We're not in combat at the moment, but in combat,
Is
you
this
are
Lord one?
normal speed. You can move to any adjacent zone because you all have normal speed. The swamp would normally slow people down, but except for you because you're the Gill Man, so being in the swampy water is your thing.
All right, well. So I am underwater right now, so I'm sure I did not need an effort T.
Yep.
So we're just going to keep swimming.
Yeah, Frankie's just ignoring her and going to go to the south to make his way to the walkway.
And once we reach the burial grounds, she is going to... So a couple of spell questions. Deathly
Yes.
Invocation, all undead in your zone heal 1 toughness. I assume that is raised undead. Just like...
Also, you and Dracula, you're both undead types.
Oh, good to know. Okay.
Gillman, Wolfman, and Frankenstein's monster are monster types.
It says under the spell, additionally animate 1 corpse as a zombie for 1 minute. Will that work on these burial grounds?
100%.
All right, she's going to go ahead and bring up a friend.
All right.
How
So
dare you call Gilman a monster? He was here before you. Here
Was that channel?
Yeah, it's mind channeling, and it is going to be, you're using Deathly Invocation.
Yes.
That is difficulty 6, and you need at least 1 success for the spell to work. If you fail to get the number of successes needed to cast a spell, I roll on a table called Price of Failure. Think Psychic Phenomenon from Dark Heresy, but only if you fail.
How to become even better, monster.
Yeah.
Perils of the warp.
Miracles, however, like Black Harvest, Imposter's Mask, and All Are One are not rolled. They always work.
All right. My soul energy ability means I can, when I make a mind channeling test, I can inflict a minor wound on myself to add your soul as bonus dice on the test.
Yes. So if you inflict 1 wound, which would be a fairly lasting damage, until your next rest where you can remove it, you could add 2 additional dice because soul is your attribute. So
I don't think I'll do that for this.
Yeah, you're not in a heat of a moment situation.
Where do you find soul on here?
That is one of your core attributes. If you scroll up,
I see it now. Up
yep,
at the top.
body, mind, soul.
So she would add 2 dice if she used that.
Correctamundo.
All right. So no channeling bonus, correct?
Yep.
And then it's going to ask about...
All right. So you can use 1 of your points of focus to turn that 5 into another 6. So you scored 3 successes.
Focus comes back every other round, right?
Focus is just every time you roll those dice.
Okay.
So let's see. You have...
So 2 zombies would rise. It says max 2, I believe.
Yes, because it's a maximum by your soul.
Okay.
So you should see there you have a tab called Monstrous Minions. You can see the stat block for your zombies, as I will put 2 tokens down for you. As you now have 2 zombies that you should be able to move those.
So I don't see that tab.
It's not on your sheet. It's handouts.
Okay. I was like, there are no tabs.
Here's the lowdown on zombies. They are very sucky because they're zombies. But they can all function as a group to become stronger, and they are just good meat shields because, you can literally summon an unlimited amount of them. Which, as a guy who's always wanted to play a necromancer in tabletop RPGs, I just love to bits. I just love that you can just create an unlimited supply of zombies and it's not a deal.
Yeah, that's what I was like. We're definitely going here first because we're going to do what we're going to do. All right, 2 should be good. 2, gentlemen, if you care to follow me. And she will use all are 1.
Mm-hmm. You
Goes
should be
while
able.
touching a. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you should be able. There should be a button to put that in the chat so we other people can see it too.
Is it the manifest roll button?
Oh no, that's just in case you need to roll it. So yeah, no, there isn't something, but I know the one that you're gonna use there. All or 1. While
it's like grave walk basically.
Yeah, while you're touching a grave, corpse, or undead creature, you can use your move to instantly appear next to a grave, or corpse, or undead creature within long range, and the graveyard at the church is within long range. Any allies within the zone can spend a metal to move with you. Since you're out of combat, they can obviously all do that.
Woo!
Your zombies will get left in the dust, but
I guess they have no metal.
yeah, they're dum-dums.
Can you guide
All
them
right.
to attack the church from the other side? Because if so, that would be a good distraction.
All right, you guys see that church over there? Amble through this bog and call me when you get to the other side and attack the church. And with that, she knows that they're just going to melt into the water and die. So,
Well, no, they'll still get through. Let me look at their speed because I'm pretty certain their normal speed. No, they're slow. Yeah, they're gonna take a while.
yeah, they're going to imagine in this silly Halloween movie, they're going to be an afterthought that show up into the church graveyard as we've already left.
I think that'll just be
it'll be like an
Post-credit
end credit scene. Okay, after like you watch the credits and then it comes back and we see the zombies finally make it to the church.
and that sets up for like, the second movie.
Or the one hand left of one of the zombies that hasn't been picked apart by bog insects.
All right, but you're doing
Crawling
all or 1 to teleport everyone with you to the graveyard.
Yes.
All right, I'll just move all your tokens. As necromantic energy ferries you directly into the area before the church.
No
Is it safe
hallowed
to
blocking or anything?
The church itself is hallowed, not the graveyard.
Is it safe to say that about this time they see Gilman's floppy fish hand emerge from the water as he climbs up?
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Frankie's making his way across this rickety platform very carefully because he's huge.
Yep. So we'll stop there because a small siren goes off inside the church as you guys have triggered the motion sensor, alerting the priest inside as intruders. And you see a light come through the wooden slats. And he says, I knew it! I knew this day would come! The servants of Satan have come to claim the book! You will not have this! I swear to God! And we are going to enter our first combat.
Trick or treat, bitch!
So if you just click your token and then you push the button that says initiative, it'll just add it. There's no rolling.
There's a button that says initiative where?
Or it's just
Combat
the word
abilities.
initiative.
No, you're talking about on the sheet, right?
Yeah, on the sheet. It's right. It's combat abilities,
It's
initiative.
under all your skills.
Yeah, just click the actual word initiative.
Does it not roll? Does it?
This game uses fixed initiatives.
Okay. Cool.
The word isn't pressable on mine.
Really? Because I just looked at yours.
It's
Because you're saying
Probably
under the
just add
combat
your script
abilities,
to it.
it says initiative 0, and then it has arrows I can choose, but there's no button I can choose for the word.
I bet you can't
no,
roll it if it's a 0.
No, you're looking at bonuses. Look to your left.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay.
Yeah, bonuses are where you put in the buffs and it'll update your sheet.
Okay, so I was looking at initiative, just the wrong initiative.
Correctamundo. All right.
So this priest is which one's better, a lower or a higher initiative?
He is going to be going second to last because I also need to add the zombies to the initiative. And I am confident that the priest would go before the zombies. Oh my god.
I mean, he is an old priest.
That is hilarious. So, as per the rules, since their initiative scores are tied, but the zombies have a higher body, which means they would go before the priest.
He's a rickety old man.
All right. So, we are in combat. In combat, you have one movement, which you can use to go into any adjacent zone. You've got one action, which you can use to do attack or things like that. If you want to have a comprehensive list of the actions you can do, underneath the handouts folder, there is the rule help sheet, and I listed combat actions and their effects. You also get one free action, which is like opening doors, moving items, or getting within close range, which would be melee range. So even though you're in the zone, that doesn't mean you're within meleeing distance of people.
Quick question, Gamba.
Yes.
Is there light peeking out of the top?
There sure
There
is. The top of the church is its
Awesome.
own separate zone, but you can absolutely scramble up there.
All right, cool. All right, so it looks like Nefertiti is going to go.
Nefertiti, you're up first.
Nefertiti is going to cast Soul Harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, he's in the house. That's a different zone, right?
What's the range on Soul Harvest?
Short.
Yes, you have to be in the same zone as him.
Okay, I just caught that. Can I
yes, absolutely.
retcon that?
Uh-huh.
All right, then. She's just going to raise some more dead.
All right.
Well,
You still have your other two zombies in play, so if you cast Deathly Invocation again, those two would collapse, and you can summon two more from the grave, or you could use your Miracle Black Harvest to summon skeletons instead, if you'd prefer.
Okay, thank you for the walkthrough. I will definitely bring up a skeleton.
I believe you can read that
You can
there.
animate. Yeah, so Black Harvest, animated dead bodies in a zone equal to your soul. They are skeletons. Spend one metal per round to sustain them.
Right.
To sustain. It just says to sustain. So
yes, to sustain them. I was trying to be brief.
Okay.
So no matter what, you summon two skeletons in your zone. So I'll create these little buggers for you.
Yeah, so this is a miracle. This isn't a spell. She just has but this is her one medal every round.
Yes. So at your next turn, I will ask you if you want to keep the skeletons or if you want to regain your one medal.
Okay, and she has two soul. Is there any way to increase that for this to?
No. See, that's the trade-off, is that spells are more flexible and more powerful, but there's a chance of failure. Miracles, you just say they happen, and then they happen.
Yep. So she is going to raise two skeletons.
There they are. So you have a little sheet for them. These skeletons do somehow have handguns.
What?
Boys.
Yeah, I
have an
couldn't.
improvised club and a gun.
I couldn't justify them having bows in a modern setting, so I'm like, they've got guns.
I love it.
God bless America.
I mean, to be fair, if they're buried in America, they were probably buried with their guns.
So we see the grave dirt brush aside as two skeletons burst from coffins, covered in ragged clothing, and they all just reach behind their back and pull out two perfectly preserved Glocks and cock them.
Oh yeah,
my boys.
We're in the downtown swamp.
Those skeletons are turning their guns sideways.
Try that.
Nefertiti don't mess around.
So unless you wanted to move to an adjacent zone, I believe that would be everything. Or no,
Yeah,
actually,
she'll
that's not true, because your one metal to sustain your skeletons is not spent yet, not until your next.
It says it costs 1 metal to cast that.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't remember everything, so yes. So I
Okay.
believe that's your turn then.
It is.
Dracula.
So, if I tried to turn the Wolfman into mist with the dark mist ability, would he be able to end that when he wants, or would it last a minute flat?
I believe you can dispel that spell when you want.
Okay. Because that was going to be the plan, to try and get him to seep in through the windows and/or door.
Yep, you can
Because
completely bypass.
this church can't be in good condition.
Nope, no, it's definitely not airtight.
And I don't think I have a spell cast.
Not even watertight.
Yes, it is. Your dark mist is a spell, so you'll need to
Hey,
cast
one
that.
success.
Yep, you only need 1. And besides, your focus point would have made it 2.
So, Wolfie, they're now missed. Go try and get in the doors.
I missed.
Anything else? You could spend a point of metal to do a second action if you would like.
Would that include casting? Or
Correctamundo.
I guess I'll try and boil the old man's blood then.
All right.
Eh, 2 successes, because would have
But
bumped one
you
of the fives.
require 3, so the spell
Ah.
is a failure. So let me flip to the price of failure on spell casting. Now, the good news is the price of failure, it's worse depending on by how many successes you fail.
Mhm.
So in this case, it's only 1 shy. So this is not going to be like, then the party explodes.
It's not like Dark Heresy then.
It can only blow up a really, like literally the worst thing that can happen on the list is the magic that you create goes awry and it literally becomes a sentient spell that tries to murder everything within a 100-mile radius.
That's pretty cool though.
Okay, so that's the lowest result. The magical energy erupts as you try to control it. You take 1d6 damage. 6. So that's 2 points of damage, and you have armor from your vampire vestments, Transylvanian vestments, which I believe is 2. Now, how armor works in this game is it's just flat damage reduction. And this doesn't say it bypasses armor, so that means your armor eats it, so you take no damage.
Yeah. Can't ever overestimate the value of a nice suit.
And with that, it is man.
All right, so he was already mid-charge when he got turned into a cloud of mist, and continuing his charge, he would slide through the windows and.
Well, here's the thing.
Hmm?
In mist form, you have a fly speed of slow, so that means that it takes your movement and your action to move. And in mist form, you actually cannot hurt anyone, but no one can hurt you. You need Dracula to dispel it. Unfortunately.
Could he only dispel it on his turn?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
But you are
That's why I asked.
In the church now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll go that route and just like move up into the rafters if it's still part of the same zone.
Yep, still part of the same zone. I'll say he doesn't notice you. All right. Cope. It's your skeletons. Do you just want them to open fire?
Pop, pop, motherfucker.
You can either try to attack the priest, or you can attack the wooden boards.
Let's attack the wooden boards. Or can they go up and like stick their Glocks in between any boards and fire at the priest?
You can, but he'll still count as having cover, I would say. So his
Well, that's the way we need to do it. That'll distract him while our heavies move into space.
Yes, so they're still within the graveyard zone, but the skeletons do move up, just opening fire. So how your skeletons work is they are a swarm. So you can just click the roll for gun, but then add +1 bonus because there's 2 of them. They get a +1 for every number in the swarm. So their accuracy is poor, and his defense right now is average. So if you guys, this is one of like the 2 tricky parts of the system. If you look at rule help, we got this thing called the combat ladder. I put a little image in there for you where you can
So they get DN2?
You would get DN5 because his is DN3 because his is 1 step higher.
Okay, and then you said add 1.
I think it'll ask you your swarm size. Go ahead and just
I'm clicking that roll button next to gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's asking DN. Okay,
So
and
3.
remaining swarm toughness would be 2?
2, yes.
Okay. Gun bonus?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's such a good roll. So it does 4 points of damage to the priest as these skeletons just freaking unload.
I'm putting them on either side. They caught him in a crossfire through the windows.
So
Can they talk? Because they're yelling, "We're gonna cap an ass in your cap in your ass, motherfucker!"
That's what the subtitle says, but you only hear the clinking of bones. The priest has 1 point of armor, so he will take 3 points of damage. And guns do have the loud trait, which basically means that, stealth doesn't work when you're firing a gun. Which I feel like is
the end of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Cops show up and we're all arrested.
And ended here.
Skeletons have no metal, so that ends their turn. So, Gilman, the skeletons have engaged with gunfire.
All right, I want to clamber up the side of this building.
All right. You can just do that. There's no roll. There's enough handholds. Use your movement to go to the zone that is the top of the church.
Cool. Now I'm going to start pulling off some of these boards so I can slip through.
All right. So, how this will work is that you can either attack roll the boards or you can use a body might check to remove them.
Body might versus what?
If your body might, it'll be difficulty 4, and you'll need 5 successes. Now, I will remind you that if you'd like, before you roll, you can spend your 1 point of metal this turn to double your training in might. If you want to roll additional dice.
Okay.
Or you can just lay into it. These boards have 10 health.
All right. How much? They have 10 health. This is my attacks do 1 damage. That does mean it'll do only 1 damage if I...
No, it's 1 damage plus the number of successes you roll.
Okay. So... yeah, let's do an attack. That'll give me a bigger dice pool, it seems.
All right. They have a defense of poor. That means you're looking for 2s or higher.
Cool. Trying to see, what does Rend do? I see that it's on...
Rend is
here.
not going to be applicable here, but normally when you're attacking someone with armor, like the priest has an armor point of 1, every 6 that you roll permanently reduces their armor as you destroy it.
Okay.
It's a pretty nice ability to have.
Okay. Cool. And the target is 2?
Target is 2.
Do I put anything in for the bonus?
Nope. All right, so that is 5 damage. You're ripping through these boards. You're not quite through them yet, but if you would like to spend a point of metal, you can make a second attack.
I will.
And that will destroy the boards on the ceiling.
Ooh.
But I believe you only have 1 point of metal, so that is the end of your turn. So, Frank.
So, if question about moving in zones and stuff.
Yes.
The scaffolding's all one zone. Can I go into the church area and go to the front door and just start trying to beat it down?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna do that, and I'm going to let's see. Battle Rage lets me make my defense poor and turn my attack into or melee into extraordinary.
You can do that. I would just say it's not necessary because the wooden boards already have a defense of poor, which is as low as it can possibly go.
Okay.
So you're
So
already going to be rolling against 2s anyway. So
okay. And then Warrior Elite, is that already factored into the attack or?
I do not believe it is. Remind me what that one does?
One of my melee attacks per turn deals an amount of damage equal to your weapon skill focus plus 2.
No,
so
then that is not factored in then.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just punch the door.
Heavy hands activate.
You said the target's 2?
Yep. All right. So
8 successes technically with 4 extra damage technically as well.
So
do I just T-pose through the door?
Yeah, you just fully explode through it.
I just run into it. I'm about to punch it as I run up to it, but I accidentally trip and I just crush through it.
Oh yeah,
Long Kool-Aid style.
So that was your movement and your action. So you can spend a point of metal to move into the church, but
yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, you don't have the metal necessary to attack yet.
That's fine. I'm just in the doorway of the church.
All right, what does Priestly Priestman do?
Let me see here.
The guild man is not being stealthy about it, just to be clear.
Yeah,
I think any of us are.
Wolfman is.
The guild man isn't very stealthy in general in the way you've built him, which I agree with in some ways, but disagree with in others.
That's fair. I had a limited number of skill points to work with, so
he is kind of a cryptid that evades marine biologists, but yeah,
this priest is being shot at by skeletons. There is a gill man smashing his way through the ceiling, and then Frankenstein's monster just bursts through the door.
I come in your home.
He's holding a shotgun, and he grips the crucifix about his neck, and he says, "Lord God, grant me protection," as he is going to use the miracle, the light of God. So he is going to spend 1 point of metal, and then he is going to make a soul devotion test, which I will roll now. So this will damage Wolfman and Frankenstein's monster, but not Gilman because he's still technically on the roof zone. So 5, no bonuses. And then, so that's going to be 3 points of damage that ignores armor on both Frankenstein's monster and...
I still don't have my HP showing up for some reason.
It's on my screen. That's weird.
I see it.
Yeah, for some reason it's not on mine. After I deduct it, I'll just reload real quick. You said 3?
That token ain't
3.
showing mine either, but I assume everyone else's is. Because I see everyone else's.
Yeah, I see everyone else's, just not mine for some reason. There it is. I see it now.
Yeah, if all else fails, just do a quick refresh, guys. So you can take 3 toughness damage there, Loki.
All right.
As though it is invisible to him and to all the mundane world, you folk are anything but mundane. And you see a nimbus of golden light fire out from him, and it burns you, dealing damage. then going to spend his last point of metal to use an extra action to fire his shotgun at Frank.
I mean, as you should.
So let's see. What is your defense there?
My defense is good.
All right, so he's average. So you're one step. He's looking at difficulty 5 for this. And he gets no successes.
He has a focus point. Does that make one a success?
Oh, yep, that makes one a success. You're right.
And then I have armor of 1, so does that just negate it?
No, his shotgun does a base 2 damage, so
Gotcha.
it'll do 3 damage here, and then your armor lowers it by 1, so you take 2 damage as
Gotcha.
he fires buckshot into your chest. Remind you, the toughness comes and goes very quickly. It's your wounds that actually really last, because 10 minutes out of combat, all your toughness is back. And this guy's not going to last another round. Those skeletons almost took him out single-handed. So
To be
zombies.
fair, they had guns. Okay, they're just not like these regular skeletons.
I know.
They had guns.
So
No wonder she talks like a valley girl. She's moving into the 20th century.
here's the funny part. Zombies are slow speed, which means it takes both their action and their movement to get another zone. And they're difficult terrain right now with the swamp.
So they're stuck.
No, he's not stuck, but it'll take their entire next turn to get out of the swamp.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to cast to have zombies appear in here.
Why didn't she summon us closer? Nefertiti.
You just hear in the back, strike,
You see a
strike.
vulture pick out one of their eyeballs.
I just heard something
Just
about
because
some
we're dead doesn't
unionization.
mean we. Just because we're dead doesn't mean we don't deserve a living wage.
We're getting rid of those two. And she immediately casts.
Fired effective immediately. Or
This is America.
Their bathroom breaks. They took 6 minutes instead of 5.
Yes.
They're out. Deathly Invocation.
All right. Roll it.
And spell. Do I run it as a channeling, or do I hit the die next to the?
You can hit the die next to the spell because it's always mind channeling, so it'll roll it for you.
Okay. And then I just add the 2 for my bonus.
If you're doing the soul magic thing, you don't. It'll automatically add in the skill.
Well, it disappeared. Nothing happened.
There it
Please
is.
hold. Okay, so look at that, because I did add in a 2. So I'd added 2 to focus, which I may have to redo this if that's wrong.
Yeah, you don't add 2 to focus. We add that in after the roll. But either way, you need 1 success, and you got at least 1 5. So I'll say, just for posterity, that's 2 successes. So you summon 2 zombies.
All right.
I just moved them.
That's not
The other
Ted
one-
and Fred. That's Red and Dead.
Mhm.
She's going to look over at Dracula as we see the flash of the light of God and then the sound of a shotgun thudding against flesh. And she's going to look over and say, and that's why we let the idiots go in first.
Indeed. Speaking of.
and- Anything else there, Nefertiti?
Nope.
All right. Dracula.
Spend her metal to keep the skeletons alive.
Yep. Dracula, you can end the mist as a free action, I'll say.
Yeah, since speaking of, he snaps his finger and the Wolfman returns to solid form.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's the old 70s radio DJ Wolfman Jack. Every time you say Wolfman.
So then a fucking wolf comes out of the shadows.
Not sure what else I can do. I can try casting at him again, but
I think they pretty well got it underhand. If they can't bring him down, my boys will keep on firing anyway.
Yeah, there is a little fucking army of you.
Pa, pa, pa.
Skeletons cackling as they go rat-tat-tat-tat.
I mean, it's either that or you just charge in there and try to vampire bite him.
You see, if this was the Christmas game, you could have been like, "I got 2 guns for you." Pa-ra-pa-pa-pa.
Fuck the police!
Suppose to swagger up to the door just to see
Careful, when you go in
beyond
there.
Frankie.
Mhm.
That's the question. It isn't a private dwelling, but it is consecrated ground.
And he has been living there for some time, so you find yourself unable to cross the threshold.
Hey, can I come in?
Hey, buddy, you want to buy some cookies? Yeah.
I offer you very valuable life insurance policy.
Man, the Girl Scouts are getting more aggressive with their cookie selling tactics.
Passing your turn there, Dracula.
Yeah.
All right, Wolfman. You're in the same
Alright.
zone, so you can't charge. Though
Right.
technically, the door's open, so you could use your movement to leave the zone, then charge into the zone again.
You just
I'll be right back.
He sees the Wolfman appear. The Wolfman just holds out a finger, runs out. You just see him running. Oh my God, he's picking up so much speed.
Ramming speed.
It's up to you.
Now he'll just jump down from the rafters right on top of the priest, and I think my blood fury is activated since he was shot and wounded.
Yep, shot and wounded, and you're in combat, so you get 1 extra point of metal. So
Ah,
you have
that's
2
right.
points of metal. So technically, you can take 3 attacks this round.
All right, bring in the hurt with weapon skill.
What's
I just-
your? You can click your weapon down below. You should be able to see your claws.
Where's that at? Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So, what is your? It should say right next to it what your. Why
5.
am I asking? No, the if your quality. What is your ranking? It's like average. What's your melee? Like average or? Let me see what it is.
Melee is good.
Good. Okay, cool. So you are, if you click a button, it'll ask you the difficulty. You're looking at difficulty 2. There's no way this
Okay.
priest is surviving.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
no bonuses or anything like that. So just. Yeah, and that your focus makes that 1 a 2. So that is 6 points of damage. He had 4 health left.
Wow, I was gonna go give him a big old bear hug.
Yeah, this was not supposed to be a challenging fight. This was supposed to be the tutorial. So would you like to describe how you horribly mangle this man to death?
Sure. So in cinematic fashion, as you know, he's seeing all these, all of his defenses being battering down. He's focusing on them, and it isn't until the very last moment where he's like planning his next move when from the shadows you just see a flash of fur tackle him down and just start digging through him till he finds a nice tasty heart and tears it out and starts chewing like a dog with a rubber ball.
Jesus Christ.
And with the blood of a holy man spilt upon holy ground, it is no longer consecrated. As he is very dead.
Loot that shit.
And we are out of combat. I'll leave the turn order up for now because it's not like you roll a new initiative. But we're not in initiative time. As you are all able to file into the church.
Yeah, so Gilman's gonna drop in and he's gonna start looking for that what was it?
A book.
It's an
supposedly
altar. It's
in
right
the altar.
there.
Yeah.
Oh god, does Gilman know what a fucking book is?
I leave that up to your discretion. I'm not going to tell you what he knows or doesn't know.
Correct.
I'll say he knows what a book
Saunters up to
is
the
to make
altar.
this easy.
In this vile edifice, says the pumpkin.
You see coming down the path is the bobbing light of a jack-o'-lantern just hovering through the air as if someone's carrying it. Jack goes, good. Didn't think you'd have trouble, but it's nice to see it verified.
I am slowly taking out buckshot from my chest and like pinging it against the table.
Yeah, we can call that your 10-minute breather. So everyone who took toughness damage, you can just instantly heal that back up to full. As I said, toughness damage really is not a thing.
If I knock a head off of one of the zombies, can I rest Jack there and let him walk around?
I mean, you could offer that, and then he'll just say, once again, I gotta reiterate, I am not the pumpkin. I am using the pumpkin to communicate. I am a disembodied soul who's only able to interact with the world via a piece of charcoal inside the pumpkin.
You want me to stick your charcoal in that skull, or are you going to keep yapping?
Pumpkin getting awful testy for someone.
Stick it in the eye socket, dude.
Just crack open the altar, please.
You hear some unpleasant sounds as Wolfman, much like a canine who just tore the squeaker out of a toy, is now proceeding to just tear and rip it and just tear chunks off.
I'll go over to the altar and smash it.
You smash it, and inside is a book-sized bundle wrapped in burlap and string.
This can't be book. This is burlap. Throw it over my shoulder and keep digging.
Oh, God. Nefertiti's going to try and grab it before he destroys it.
Yep, he throws it. And inside, you find a book. And I will give you guys the handout. I'm sure Loki will be very excited here in a second.
Is it Evil Dead?
Yay!
Yeah.
I will give you the flavor text because there's a lot of rules in this handout. That's some fun stuff here. This heavy tome of profane lore is bound in aged human flesh shaped like a screaming face. The human skin leather pages contain countless abhorrent diagrams and forbidden occult knowledge, each seemingly eager to leap off the page with murderous glee. A lesser mortal mind would be driven mad with the contents. But you are no mortal. If you wish to take a moment to peruse that, or I can summarize stuff, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, looking at
Oh God, I can become a centaur.
Yes, you each have one dark ritual that's special to your character.
Frankensteins are fucking hilarious.
I'm like, can I have all of them?
Potentially.
I don't think. I think
So we just make a
I
terrible
can't-
Frankenstein.
You can do 3 ritual rolls with the book A Night, and you've got 3 nights total, including this night.
Mm. Well, I have to have help with mine because someone who has medicine can help me, but I have to basically sit there and let them stitch me up.
Mm-hmm. And you need dead bodies. You've only got 1.
We have plenty of dead bodies in this graveyard. Probably not fresh.
Well, actually, we do have a fresh dead body. It's fresh as it can get. I don't know how much you'll be able to salvage once Wolfie over there is done with it, but
I just pick up the arms as he's been eating everything else and kind of like put them to the side. You think these arms make me look fat?
I've got a little experience with this. If you just hold them down here a little bit lower, I think we can get them to act as legs.
No, I need 4 corpses for legs.
She turns around and waves Red and Dead into the building.
Also,
And then Jay-Z and TQ.
those zombies are only lasting like another 1 minute, by the way.
at this point, Gilman is bored, so he's going to go shake around that pumpkin until it tells us what to do next.
Well, I was just letting you guys get familiar with the handouts. I was also going to let you guys know is that because you killed the priest and you've begun the dark quest, the doom has risen by 1. So there is a handout up at the top called Party Tracker. At the bottom, it's got Doom ranging from 0 to 10. This is your kind of like group fate points. So you should be able to.
Where is this?
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, did I not
shared with
give it
us.
to you guys? Oh my god, I'm sorry. That's on me. Party tracker. There we go. Sorry, that's on me.
No problem.
We had a similar device in the last game like this week, or the last.
Yes, it was called
Soul.
Soulfire, but this is
Yeah, okay.
Doom because it's thematically connected.
Yep.
So
My
basically,
suggestion
I
is
remember
once
how
we
this
get a
works,
good
so I
bit
don't
out of
know.
it, use it.
by terrifying people, you can increase the Doom. Encouraging you to do horror movie stuff. I just gave you one free point of Doom killing the priest.
We killed that motherfucker.
Although
So Jack,
I do, at some point, I do think we ought to do Dracula's role to get him a bride.
yeah, he can create vampires or vampire brides. Which reminds me, I should give you guys the handouts for what those ones are, so you can look at them if you'd like. Yeah, because Dracula can shapeshift too. Players, all players. And this is where we kind of enter the open source section, because as Jack will explain to you, he goes, yeah, there it is. That ritual, dark apotheosis. That's the one that we need to do. If we do that ritual on Halloween night, that'll make me a new body, and I can pull y'all to keep you from going back into purgatory. Now, it's a dark one, so if we kick it off, all the hunters and forces of light and all that shit are bound to be coming down on our heads, so we might want to prepare.
Oh.
Well, I think I spied 5 little residential homes around that cul-de-sac.
Ooh. There's police officers down there.
I mean, there was multiple gunshots.
Holy shit, it's the fucking cops.
That's why I
Oh,
was
hell
laughing.
no. I ain't going down to no popo. Not tonight.
That's why I was laughing about the when you said like Mighty Python, the cops show up. I'm like, oh, they got no idea.
Okay, we're gonna say that's in character because, or I'm inside the house, so I don't think I'd be able to see them anyways.
Yep.
But
Well, the door's busted open, so.
yeah,
I'll say you
let's.
can see flashlights coming down the rickety docks in the bog, so you know someone.
Yeah, so Gilman's gonna put up a finger, and then he's gonna go and lower himself into the bog.
All right.
Leave the skeletons on the bloody stain. I'll take the body. That way might look like a prank. With that wolf male dragging the priest's remains would disappear into the swamp as well.
Just for flavor's sake, I hold on to the hands,
Mhm.
the arms.
Yep. I'm a turn
Frankie,
into a
why don't
giant
you come
bat.
back here? We're going to have a surprise party. Do you know what a surprise party is?
Yes. Excuse me. Sorry. Need water.
I am simple, but I am not dumb. Do not condescend to me. I will go hide in the corner like a good boy.
That's right.
He puts his head into the corner like no one could see him.
Yeah, I just point my head directly to the wall, and just look into it deeply.
Yeah, I'm a
So
turn
what's
into
this
a
bridge
giant
made out of?
bat and fly into the
Wood,
trees.
just rickety, slightly rotted wooden planks.
And so they're like, are there like stilts that go down into the swamp, or is it like
No.
rope suspended, or
Stilts.
stilts? Okay.
All right. Well, this is a stealthy encounter. It is still an encounter. So, Nefertiti, what you want to do?
She's going to align her zombies right there behind a church pew. So if the policemen come in, Skeletons are going to start shooting. Zombies are going to attack them. Frankenstein's going to hit them from behind, and they're going to wish their fathers never met their mothers.
Okay, so it sounds like you want your zombies to take the defend action, where they defend the zone, meaning there's going to be an opposed body check to make someone, if anyone wants to enter the zone.
They don't want to block them because they want them to come in so that Frankenstein can beat the living shit out of them. I don't mind if the zombies die. They're just going to be in front of me.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out the zombies and the skeletons have 1 health each, and they are attacked as if they're one swarm. So it is entirely possible 1 gunshot could kill both zombies.
Yep.
And Dracula
one gunshot in this is not 1 trigger pull. It is
and
boom, 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 boom.
Dracula has turned into a fell bat. Just a big old giant bat. So on the police turn, they are not running, but they're still just going to use their turn to move to the next zone. They're like, who the hell puts a church out in the middle of a swamp?
I know, right?
Dracula.
Mm-hmm. That's a short range thing.
You're flying now with a speed of fast, I believe, so you can move up to 2 zones in a single move. Though I believe in Fellbat form you cannot cast spells. But you can use the bat abilities underneath monstrous minions. You should see Fellbat, Dracula form. Because you use its attributes and attacks. That's not right. I shouldn't have poured on. I got a stat wrong on that one. Give me a second. It shouldn't be poured.
Oh, sorry. I have to go for just a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Might be a good time for a bio.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
I forgot to edit that. Hold on. Yeah, I'll take a bio too. I'll be right back. So how's everyone in the call doing so far?
Doing well.
Loki, that link I put in there on YouTube was the joke I was making about the Wolfman running back out and then back in.
All right, give me a
All
second
right.
to check it.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
No worries. Took a quick bio. Oh, yeah, I remember this now.
Back.
Oh yeah, I recall that one.
He's picking up so much speed.
All right. If everyone's back, I fixed that Fellbat sheet there for you, Kenneth, so you should be good to go there. But it is Dracula's turn. Kenneth? It's your turn.
Yeah, I'm looking at what it's saying on the sheet. What sort of action is it to transform?
Yeah, it's an action to transform. You still have so you could transform again, and then you can spend 1 point of metal to take another action. So you could potentially use your fast movement speed to get someplace with flying, and then transform back into Dracula, and then take an action. Make sense?
Yeah. The bog doesn't count as moving water, right?
No, you're fine. Especially since if you're a bat, you're flying anyway.
I was thinking of landing behind the cops and the guy trying to beguile one of them.
Oh yeah, you could definitely do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you can spend your point of metal, and then you can use the beguile spell. That's 1 success. Target makes a determination test. So let's see. He has no determination. So he's got 1 die. So if he gets, excuse me. Oh my god, he actually succeeds. So you don't beguile him, but he's not immediately, since you're, Dracula, he doesn't immediately flag you as a monster. He's like, holy shit! He
Good
surprised me.
evening, Constable. What brings you out here?
You should head back to the Occult-de-Sac, sir. We heard gunshots out here. We're just investigating it.
I see. Well, do be careful. One never knows what's out here at night.
Second cop. Well, that's ominous. Immediately followed by Loki. What type of shit are you getting into here?
I think he's gonna stalk closer, but still stay hidden.
Well, you can move anywhere within this zone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. Is it an action to stealth?
Yes. Hide
All right.
action. Underneath rule help, you can see a cohesive list of actions.
Ah, I see. All right. Yep, I'll go ahead and hide.
Okay. So that would be body stealth or mind stealth if you're trying to use like camouflage. I'll let you dealer's choice, but I'm pretty sure you want body.
Yeah. DN. What's the target, DN?
4.
4. All right.
Or actually 3 because you kind of got cover in foliage.
Okay. Stealth 3.
All right. You hidden.
All right.
And
Yeah.
that's it.
Yep.
Frank, you just popping a squat?
I'm gonna stealth into this corner.
Okay.
I assume the target's gonna be higher than a 2.
It's just going to be a 4 for right now.
Yeah. That's 2 successes.
You stride up. You're like in the corner of the ceiling with your hands and feet pressed against the wall.
Like, no, this isn't quite right. I grab a lampshade and I put it over my head.
Oh, that's perfect, Frankie. You're doing great. What a great surprise.
I just sit there and put thumbs up. That's my
Kill
turn.
man.
All right. Creepily, Gilman will, underneath the bog where he cannot be seen, begin to slip underneath the walkway where this cop has his feet. Is this bridge rickety enough that I could pull him through the gaps of one of these?
100%.
Awesome, then I think that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. So, this would be a surprise attack. So let me quickly check the rules to make sure I remember how surprise works. Oh, here we go. Alright, you can... Yeah, okay, I'll just say their defense is lowered by 1. So, if you'd like to make a attack, their defense would be poor, so you're looking at difficulty 2. So you'll do a good deal of damage here.
2. And I'm wanting to pull them down into the bog.
Yes. I'm just also rolling this as like a claw attack, because I assume you just want to instantly kill them anyway. Yeah. So that is a dead police officer. They only have 5 health, so go ahead and describe how you do this.
It happens immediately, okay? This officer is left in the complete dark by himself, and there's basically no noise.
Mm-hmm.
There's just briefly, if he's looking down, he sees 2 green hands pull this guy's ankles. This would be fucking painful if you think about it, getting pulled between the fucking 2 wooden planks of this shit. Mm-hmm. And then maybe there are a couple bubbles, and then silence.
He's just left standing with Dracula. His flashlight shines. He's like, Frank, what the fuck was that? And that's... you can still...
Oh, God, sir, back up.
You could still spend a point of metal and do it again if you want. Your turn's not over. It's up to you. Or if you want to let someone else have a run. It's up to you.
I want to see what Dracula does.
Okay. I assume the
So,
skeletons and zombies are just camping out their coat.
Tell the skeletons to stop shooting.
Suppressing fire, you know.
The real magical part is how many bullets they have.
Okay, now this is the last police officer, so we have to make his death as slow and as gruesome and scary as possible. Okay, if we really want to get into the serial killer mindset.
There's 2 more Occult-de-Sacs over there. Or 2 and more in the Occult-de-Sac. Anyway, so zombies are probably staying put. Anything on your turn, or you just wait? Go.
Just waiting.
All right.
Somebody has to protect the book in the unhallowed ground.
The cop's like flashing his flashlight out. You're just still standing there, completely calm. Dracula. He's like, "Sir, we're get back to the get back to the cul-de-sac. Come on, turn around. Roll 1. You're blocking the way."
But of course.
Imagine he's like pushing you back, but like moving himself as its like actual goal. It's like, yeah, you need to get out of here.
Yeah, 100%. That's what he's trying to do. But I'm saying you're blocking his way. So unless you stand aside as a free action, I mean, do you let him leave?
No.
No.
No, I don't.
Dracula, your turn.
Don't you want to have a bite?
It's quite the evening. Yeah, I guess I'll try and go in for the fangs attack.
All right.
Fucking Gnome Chomsky over here.
His defense is average. What is your melee is good?
Yes.
All right. So then you are looking for 3 or higher. Difficulty 3.
Don't have a melee bonus, I don't believe.
Well then.
That looks like another dead police officer to me.
Would you like to describe how you kill this police officer?
Sucked him dry, you say?
Mm-hmm. Back in the don't suck, he's scraping lick.
I love that show.
But yes, bite guy's friggin' throat out.
Mm-hmm. For those of you,
Fucking, he lives just long enough to see the guild man flop up onto the planks here and then burp out his partner's badge.
though it does not apply here, a fun fact about Dracula's fangs is he heals half the damage he inflicts with them. So
That's
if he
very
had taken damage, he would have healed himself by slurping down this guy's blood. So that's 2 dead police officers. They did not stand much of a chance against you.
That does mean there will probably be a lot more police officers here soon.
There's 2 more in the cul-de-sac. I know that like technically you guys wouldn't have science, magically know that, but let's just say you do know that. Wolfman.
Is it a double move to get on the, or is it take my full turn to get onto the bridge?
Yep, difficult terrain.
All right.
But you can still spend a point of metal to move again if you'd like.
Okay.
Technically, you have 2 metal, so you can spend a point of metal each to move a zone each time because you're very speedy.
Oh, okay. My second, with my metal, I'll go ahead and disappear into this bog.
All right.
And so 1 metal to move in, 2nd metal to stealth.
Yep.
Of course, as we've seen, it doesn't have to be invited into the house. Bullets. Draft the cat, bitches.
Yes, Dracula with a gun.
It's a Drac attack.
There's no weapon proficiencies in this game, so absolutely.
Oh my god, I love it. I've never seen Dracula with a gun.
I have. It's called Helsing. You should totally watch that anime.
Yep. Are you just gonna continue hiding there?
Yeah, because it took a metal to move in and a metal to hide.
Yeah, I was asking Frank.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know. Do we know that the cops are no more?
I'll say yes. Why not?
I just
Hey,
turn
Frankie,
over
you want to pick up those bodies?
to. Yeah, I'll go pick up bodies, and I'll just spend my turn retrieving the cops' bodies and just hauling back into the church.
Yeah, absolutely.
I imagine, you're looking out into the bog, and then, you see one light blink out, and then the other one does. And you can assume what happened.
Gilman. I'm 100% increasing the doom by 1 for that, by the way.
All right, so what's our next goal here? We're going to the village, to the town.
There's 2 cops in the
Yeah, we
cul-de-sac.
need to capture all 5 of these homes.
Although it isn't Halloween yet, is it?
Nope, it's...
No, we have 3 nights to do this.
Yes, so
But-
how loud or subtle you wish to do it will affect how events will unfold.
Yeah, but more cops will come every night.
Do we want to hide these bodies then?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you
we
guys
just-
want to say you just hide, you don't have to move in combat turns. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frankenstein
I think
has-
at this point we should hide everybody.
Frankenstein just came down the walk path, picked up the 2 cops, and walked back up the path and took them back into the church.
Yeah, I'm
mean-
about to get some grafts put on me pretty soon.
We can probably, you can tell me, Gambo, can we assume that Gilman knows how to hide these bodies for at least 2 days?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, they're going to be used up here in a minute.
yes.
I'm
Yeah,
about
it
to get
won't
some
be a-
extra arms and some
Yep.
bone talons.
Michael,
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know if you
yeah,
read
Frankenstein
the book,
needs his,
but we need books, or we need bodies. Every single one of us does to do our rituals. So we're collecting corpses.
Yeah, for your zombie resurrection, also, Nefertiti, the burial cairns have a mechanically infinite number of zombies, but they cannot be used for Frankenstein stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I need fresh bodies.
if you guys
Yeah.
are not planning on venturing into the cul-de-sac and the police officers at the moment, we can instead break into what are you guys wanting to do for the rest of the night with in regards to your rituals and stuff like that.
I
so
say
for-
let's... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, you first.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, we got 2 dead bodies already. How many do we need for Frankenstein? Or 3 dead bodies?
Yeah, so
What
we
did
could
we-
do
yeah.
2 of the 3 for the night. We can get those out of the way for me and do the extra arms and the bone talons. Then I can have extra attacks and I can rend armor. So
Yeah, so why don't we set back up not in this church, but in our original house?
No, we've got to hold this church. It's the most important place. It's the most important place for the ultimate ritual.
And then we'll take all the bodies, so when the cops arrive, that no one's here.
Yeah.
and we can always come back to the church.
Yeah, but if they see the church, it's pretty bloody. But if anything ever comes to check out the church, we just kill it. Keep it here.
Fine. If we throw some skeletons on it, might think it's just a Halloween prank.
I mean, you guys also, most of you have the ability to create minions. For example, Nefertiti could use her ritual to summon zombies and then just stalk the interior of the church with permanent zombie guards if you wanted to. Or the
Sure.
Wolfman could try to summon a night creature just to dwell in here to kill anyone that comes after dark. You have options.
Yeah, so we can spend this night two of the uses of the book grafting me, and then another ritual to try to make some zombies just to occupy the church and kill anyone who tried to go in it.
Mhm.
And then we can use the rest of them from day 2 and day 3 to do what you guys need for your crafting and creating of creatures.
So we're not in combat right now, right?
No, we're not. I just left the turn order up there because since we don't roll initiative, I don't need to pull it up and down all the time. But if it's distracting, I can make it go.
So at least right now, Gilman's immediate action is he's going to clamber up this cliff and check this place out a little closer.
You see 2 children hanging out on the local playground in the otherwise darkened houses. They're definitely underage smoking cigarettes.
Let's get a little bit closer.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna Me looking from the air as the giant evil bat.
You could also
Wolfman
do it
will
as a
do the
bat
same.
form too.
Yes, but this is scarier.
This is true.
Meanwhile, I just turned to Nefertiti. You want to put arms on my torso?
Oh, you haven't said anything so sexy in your whole life.
And then begins the work of grafting Frankenstein's monster advanced.
All right.
Extra arms and bone talons.
You,
So we'll start.
I think you're 1.2 now.
We'll start with the
extra arms.
extra arms. So how this works is that Nefertiti, you make a mind medicine check, and Frankenstein, you can make a body determination as an assist.
I forget. You said you can change where your focus is. Could I put that into determination?
No, that's not a thing that you can do.
Okay. I wasn't sure. You said something about changing your focus thing. So I wasn't
No.
sure. Okay.
And now, just as a reminder, you can spend a point of doom to make any of these tests count as having rolled all sixes, if you would like.
How many points do we have at this point?
2.
I've got a 5 medicine, and I've got to get how many right?
8 successes.
Like together we need 8, or we need 8 each.
No, you need to get. So basically, how it works is that Cope will roll his mind, and then
Okay.
you record that number of successes, and then you can roll your body determination, and you add that number of successes to the 8 that you're trying to achieve. If you
Okay.
still don't succeed, you can expend another use of the book to roll mind medicine again, and then add to that again.
Okay, because I have a lot of determination. So if you get really low, I can use the doom to add to my roll and make it all 6s.
Okay.
And
Well,
because I have
can I
7,
add-
so you just have to succeed one roll.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's perfect one. DN is 4,
Diet is 4.
and then I don't have a medicine bonus. Can I add a focus to this, or is that automatically?
No, you
coming?
don't have. Focus is by skill. It's not like a free floating thing.
Well, there's your one success.
Okay, so I think I might spend the doom to get
do
the
it, man.
auto succeed this then.
All right.
We
so
learned that
As
other
long as everyone
system.
agrees.
Yes, we learned in that other system. Use it if there's a good reason.
So that would
Because
be
the
your
only way I'm
body,
going to succeed is to auto succeed all the rolls now.
your body plus determination.
Yep.
So whatever that number is, you automatically have that many successes.
So that would be 7 successes. So that would get me exactly to 8 with her 1 success.
All right. So you now have an extra pair of arms to perform 2-weapon fighting.
You now have 4 arms.
I can do ninjutsu twice as fast now.
So how 2-weapon fighting works is it's a single action like an attack, but you can then divide what your dice pool would be. So, like if you were to roll 6 dice, you can make 1 dice pool attack like 3 dice and another one 3 dice, or 4 dice and 2 dice, and each attack resolves separately. Now, what's really
Gotcha.
nice for you is each attack already has a 2 damage bonus. So if you do both against the same target, you're essentially getting 2 extra damage.
Nice.
But yes, that is your first ritual use of the night, and you get extra arm.
We've got 2 bodies to go. Frankie,
Yep.
I'm going to run this by you. That's 4 arms. We can do this 2 more times, and you would have 8 arms and 2 legs.
I kind of want talons. I remember when we came back in the 90s, I saw this picture book that had someone named Wolverine. I kind of want
Yes.
to Wolverine.
Oh man,
Yes.
the deep lore if this was a campaign. I love the fact that we've canonically confirmed that all your knowledge of the modern world is from the 90s.
No, the 72 Dracula had blackface. He was
Yeah, but in
Blackula.
the
in
70s, everything was
I also
different.
like
There was
that
TV.
sets this campaign in the year 2020
Well, no, 2010.
Well, 2010.
or 20. I thought it was.
Every 20 years, there's
1920.
a full moon on Halloween. So
Yeah,
if
so
it was
in
the
the
90s,
20 teens.
so it would be 20 teens, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
You're right.
All right, so what are we doing?
I want to do the bone talons.
All right,
Let's do it. I'll roll again. Same rolls.
Same. Hold on, your bone talon. Yes, it's still difficult.
4, but we can get 10 successes, so it's a little harder.
Yeah, you're trying to get
Yeah.
10 successes.
I need to roll.
Wait,
better.
it might be funnier if it's set in 2010, actually.
There you go.
4, so I need 6 though. So
So I would just go ahead and burn our other point. We have no other reason to save it.
I mean, it's up to you guys. I'll do it if no one else has an objection to it.
So as Gilman is sitting here watching these kids, one of the kids takes out his phone, shows it to the other one, goes, "They call it Scumbag Steve."
I say,
Man, have you heard this new
because-
band, LMFAO?
It just makes you scarier, which creates more doom in the future.
There you go. So yeah,
Right.
it doesn't seem like anyone's objecting to it. So now I have bone talons now.
You got bone talons now. Your heavy hands gain the rend trait.
So I can just
So
destroy.
you have bone talons on 4 different arms?
Yes.
Correct.
Frankie, I thought you were against modifying yourself. I'm glad you've woken up in the 21st century and realized a girl can do what she needs to do to her body.
You go, girlfriend.
2
And I
snaps,
snap-
a twist, and a kiss.
I snap.
You don't want to know. You
snap
don't want
with
to
all
know.
4
If
hands.
Gilman could speak English, you don't want to know his thoughts on women's rights, okay?
He's from like the Paleolithic.
I mean, aren't the plots of like
4,000
all of his
eggs on the
movies
back of
just
your head.
the Gilman wants to kidnap women and then he gets shot?
Yes.
Very much.
Yeah, it's implied that to breed, so it's fully HP Lovecraft. All right. So
Yeah,
you got
because he's
one
like the
more.
last of his kind. He wants to propagate.
You got one more use of the book tonight. Nefertiti and Frankenstein are MIA for the rest of the night. What do you guys want to do?
But Nefertiti has the book.
I mean, you can hand it off to someone, but it's just I want to make it so we can actually get through this within the time rather than us spending
go.
all the time on night 1 by logistically breaking it down.
I'm trying to decide between scaring the shit out of the teenagers or the cops.
Yeah, I'm just staring at these teens until they realize I'm here. I get a little closer.
They have a
Definitely.
passive awareness of 1, so give me your body stealth.
Gilman. So it'll just be his body because he doesn't have any stealth. And what's the DN? 2?
4.
4.
Yeah, they're not going to see you, man. You're weirdly very.
What about when I'm right?
Well, now they're probably going to see you.
Curiously stealthy for a fish man.
Are you gonna do anything, or are you just gonna try to get the reaction from them?
No, I'm just creeping on him.
Okay, so they're looking longingly into each other's eyes and have not noticed you. Truly, they are the first victims in a horror movie.
I'm gonna slowly creep my head around this jungle gym or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Still nothing. They're very blind.
All right, I'm gonna hawk a loogie on this one's shoe.
That
That I can
fully goes
see.
through their foot. Let's.
No, I was talking about they have like stuff around here on the map. I thought they had
Oh, okay.
the shoe right.
If you're trying to scare them, what skill do you think would be applicable? Just looking at that list that you have.
Let's see.
Entertainment roll.
Entertain. Yeah, either that or intimidate. It'd be the same thing either way, right?
Take your
Because I
pick.
don't have any points in either of them, so it'd be soul. It looks like what's that?
I would say this could be body because you're spitting. It's intentionally flexible like that, so you can just if you click the thing that says
Yeah.
souls, it'll be a little drop down.
And what's the target?
I'm gonna say 4. That's the average.
4.
Very good one. They immediately take note of the sizzling sound. Their passive awareness still sucks absolute balls. They're like, "Whoa, what was that? Did you see what happened to that shoe?"
And then I'm gonna scamper back into the water and then make a splashing sound.
I think something just went to the bog. Oh, I've heard stories. I will add one doom back into the track. Listen, the Universal monster movies were not complex. All right. Did anyone want to do the last ritual for the night?
No one else
I'm
had
looking at
anything.
them.
The Gillman
They're
can
really
make
hard.
make another area a swamp.
Mhm.
You can expand your swamp, Gillman.
Yeah, let it take over this area. Yeah, if you want, you could get this house as yours and have a swamp right at your back door.
Well, how overt do we want to be?
They can
Well,
see
you
if
could
there's
just-
some flooding
That
involved.
might just be flooding, yeah.
Yeah, it would just look like the floodplain. It would be strange happenings, but not like, oh my god, the Antichrist. It's not going to
So
be that.
how does this work? You
Let me see. Necrom Ex Mortis. Blah, blah, blah.
Ritual of the Hunger Swamp.
Swamp.
So-
Yeah, I might say take this one down here so that it doesn't block off our dry entrance into this house, but you would still be able to wet entrance into both of these houses.
Well,
Yeah.
so if he does this one, then we have to go through swamp from our home base.
Yes, because he isn't affected by it, but the rest of you are.
Yeah.
I mean, Dracula can fly over.
I'm not going back to the home base, man. I'm staying in the church.
And occasionally teleporting to the cairn across the street to raise more zombies to have slowly walk in. Which is something I'm delighted is a 100% legitimate playstyle. Cope could just backseat Necromancer. So yes, it would be a body fortitude, and then one person going to do a single assistant test of soul beast handling.
I could do that. I've got training in that one and focus.
So if you would like to expand the swamp,
Fortitude. Body. What's the target?
you are looking at difficulty 4, or not target. You need 4 to do it. So if Wolfman gets even a single success,
Let's go for it. Target 4.
also, did you roll fortitude or just body there? Because I think you have. Well, either way, that one will succeed. So,
No, that wasn't. That was just you're looking at an old roll. I haven't rolled yet.
oh, you haven't rolled yet. Sorry.
Yeah, that I haven't rolled the fortitude. I was looking on my sheet.
Yep.
There it is.
Body,
And it's DN4.
DN4, and Wolfman's adding 1 success already.
Okay, so
Yeah, that succeeds.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
where are we looking at?
This would probably be the best one.
Yeah, I personally think this one.
Where? This one right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this whole, because it encompasses this whole area right here.
Yeah. It's swamp now.
As the swamp encroaches.
The swamp man cometh.
Mm-hmm.
And the swamp man taketh.
Was the swamp always so close? Anything else, or do you want to settle in for the sunrise?
Oh, you know, the water level, it goes up and down. It hasn't rained in 3 months, Grandma.
Probably going to chill for the night, and then
Yeah, I think we're good for the night.
because tomorrow we're
In
going
the
to start
middle of
having to
a
loot the
historic
not loot the houses, but start going through the houses and preparing because
Mhm.
we have to do it on the hallway night. But the night before, we probably should start doing the body hunting and chopping.
Definitely peek at some of the windows in bat form.
Because it says we have to, let's see, ritual. We have to desecrate the holy ground. We already did that. We have to build 5 blood altars that must be in 5 separate family dwellings and connect them.
So I think
But
tomorrow
connect them
night
with a
with the
pentagram of blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think tomorrow night, let's focus on harvesting bodies. That way, we could try to get Frankenstein completely upgraded and see if we could get Vampy a wife. That should increase our numbers. And I think on the 3rd night when we start the ritual, I could do my call night creatures to defend probably the church, and I think Nefertiti could bring about her hordes, and we have one extra ritual to play with.
Yes, because the how her ritual works is every success that she gets generates another zombie, and she can just do that for every ritual slot that you want, and it'll just be a progressively larger and larger horde of zombies. Because 2 zombies is pretty weak. 15 zombies will murder most things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to lose my 2 zombies when day comes around. They can only last during the night because they're a spell. But my skeletons, the way I read it, they're a miracle. So they're unaffected by daylight. So they're just going to be my bodyguards.
I imagine the third night is when, because we're probably going to go on a bit of a killing spree tomorrow, which means the third day is probably going to be pretty heavy in the heavies.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Kenneth said Dracula was doing a scouting run at these houses.
Think so.
He's looking for his woman.
Is that correct, Kenneth?
Yes.
All right. So you do see that there is a family of 5 in each one. They're all the same token. They're just generics. As well as the fact that they do keep their doors locked at night. So if you need to gain entrance, or more accurately anyone else, because you need the invitation, you will need to bash down the door or find other ways of entry. Or are monsters settling in for the day, or?
Yeah, I think Wolfman will be up for laying up for the rest of the day.
Why don't you go ahead and put yourself in whatever zones that you think you would be hiding out in during the day.
Frankie and Nefertiti are having some girl talk during the day. Ooh, girl dish.
Guy who lets me
girl,
come
don't
into
even.
his house says what?
And then, Gilman, are you just chilling out in your newly expanded swamp?
I guess I'll reconvene. But I'll actually probably stay in the swamp by the house. I probably won't actually go back in.
You can see where the sewer goes. Maybe there's some sewer entrances to the houses.
Storm drain.
Yeah, I'll check out.
Yep. No need to roll for that one. If you follow the storm drain, it essentially means that for you, because you're amphibious, you can move from this zone you're in here directly into the center of the Occult-de-Sac through the manhole. It's just as if those 2 zones were
That's
adjacent.
cool.
It also means that if you wish to expand the swamp, you can expand up through the storm drain right into the center of the Occult-de-Sac.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, that could really mess any attackers.
All right, so day comes around.
Well, we haven't heard anything back from John or Buck.
Well, fuck.
Hey, oh, they're
Must have
probably
been the
just
wind.
playing. They're probably just playing some kind of prank on us.
Shit, with the
Must have
swamp
just been the
going up,
wind.
They probably got taken by a gator.
Whatever nebulous state that we're in.
Oh, is that more cops? Oh no.
Yes, they're coming. They're asking around about the 2 missing officers.
Hey, you kill anyone?
Hey, you
You
own any
murder
guns?
2 police
Good.
officers?
Because some people have been killing
We
cops.
don't take
so I need
kindly
you
to
to
that
arm
here
up.
in Lubama, do you?
Louisiana.
We've been hearing about some of them Gilman.
So while they're asking around, Gilman, you knows that 2 police officers are kind of waiting around in your newly expanded bog over there, trying to make their way to the elevated platform, which isn't difficult terrain.
Kill them.
You guys can operate during the daylight hours.
I will.
You can move freely
Go
within
ahead.
the bog during the daylight.
I'll continue to watch them, knowing full well that I spit up their partner's badge around here.
Thank you for the continuity. I appreciate that. That's good honesty. In fact, why don't you give me a retroactive soul intimidation check?
All right. Target.
I'm going to say DN3. They're
DN3.
already kind of wondering what the heck happened to two people that disappeared last.
One success.
All right. That's not going to be quite enough to raise a point of doom. But they are unnerved. Most certainly. I'm going to say they have the frightened condition, which means they'll subtract 1 die from all their rolls until it's removed. What's the... As they find the badge and they are starting to continue to make their way towards the church. Real question.
Can Nefertiti?
Yep.
Sorry, I was gonna ask. During daylight, can Nefertiti do miracles?
Yes, you
Or
can.
just the okay?
Your spells are off.
Fuck, are you still in the church?
Oh,
Well,
I think I know what Cope's going to do. Trust me, you're going to like it.
I mean, we did say that she was going to stay in the church, and Frankie just stuck with her.
He's just gonna answer the door like he lives there. Hello? No, I haven't heard of anyone going missing.
I am
motion
Father
sensor,
Frankie.
The motion sensor lights up, Nefertiti. You know that the police officers are in the grounds.
Frankenstein
like
answers Frankenstein answers the door, and he's like poking out of the priest's clothes. His neck is like being constricted by the white collar.
Not to mention that there's an extra arm coming out of the side.
The parts of the corpse that we didn't use, are they still enough of a corpse since we didn't take anything but their arms off to be considered a corpse for the police officers?
I would say for what I know that you're for what you're thinking, I'll say yes.
All right. She's going to try imposter's mask, and she is going to attempt to steal the face, form, and voice from a corpse that died no more than 24 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
And take on the shape of the police officer.
All right. Yeah, you pull out a small little knife and you fully slice that cop's face off. You layer it on top of your burial mask, and your form magically shifts to take on the face and form of one of the police officers that was murdered last night.
She's going
Taking on one of the
to
police officers is an odd choice.
She's going to tell the skeletons to shoot if the other cops come in. And
Right.
she's going to step on out.
Can you step out?
Had a bit of a bender with the priest
he can go into the
last night.
sun.
Got a little
Yeah.
drunk.
She's
Dale
gonna
lost
cast
his
spells.
badge.
So it's the one who didn't lose his badge, obviously, the one that had a badge on there.
Yeah.
Holy shit, guys. I was
Jimmy.
wondering when you would get here. I lost my radio. Y'all just let us stay out all night? I can't find my partner.
Well, the other two guys were in the Occult-de-Sac the entire time. It's been like 8 hours. You just been hanging out in this church?
No, I just came to maybe like an hour ago. Back there on the boardwalk. Here, let me show you where. And she's gonna start walking back this way.
Yeah.
They hit us. They hit us back here, like right around here. Just came out of the dark, and I got waylaid. I was out, but when I came to, these boards were broken, and.
Well, did you see who did it?
No. So I just went and checked the church, but nothing's there. I don't know if we should go back and.
Why don't you give me?
I guess start a man search of the bog, or maybe.
Cope, why don't you quickly give me a mind guile? This will be difficulty 3 because you're a very likely story. Sorry, not a mind guile, a soul guile. This is one of those systems where diplomacy and lying is the exact same skill. Because it checks out.
Yeah. Guile bonus?
Nothing for this case.
Okay.
You got 2 successes. They're completely on board with this story. Continue.
All right. So the church is clear. The swamp level's rising. I think we ought to get off this boardwalk and head back and figure out what we need to do next.
Yeah.
Because soon the water level is going to be over these boards, and I'm afraid they're crocodiles, alligators. I don't know. What the hell is in these parts?
We got some other guys and some patrol cars in the center of the cul-de-sac. Let's go talk it down. So you're gonna go all the way into the cul-de-sac with them?
Yeah, she's got 2 hours in this body.
More than enough. So you got a bunch of cops gathered around. They are buying your story. You don't need to role play it out. What are you essentially trying to get them to do right now?
Do we have any escaped prisoners that are in the area? Because that's most likely who waylaid us. Otherwise, convince them that the church is fine. I double check that. That's the only dry land out there. Unless it's some kind of swamp creature that drug us into the swamp or an alligator. I don't know any need to go back into the swamp. I guess ask around the houses.
But I gotta tell you, that church looked all through that church.
Characters.
There's no need to double check there.
That church is perfectly fine. I mean, the halo of God is around it.
What about that house over on the cliff? That old creepy one.
That one's fine too.
Yeah, maybe they saw something.
I hope not taking that long to answer in character.
No, my internet froze.
Okay.
Yeah, I say we ask them all. I don't know what. Have we ever had an officer lost in the middle? 2 jumped in the middle of the night like that? One of us taken?
Not recently. Hank, Pim, Tony, why don't you go check out that creepy old house? We'll get on the horn and report African Americans in this area.
You're not sly.
Wait,
not sly.
Did you say one of the cops is named Pimp?
Hank and Pim, I'll have you know. And
Hank and Pimp. Hank and Pimp.
Epic smiling friends reference? Question mark.
So 3 police officers are going to make their way, and they're in the zone outside the creepy mansion now. So once again, don't need to roleplay every word. How are you going to avoid riding back to the station with these guys, Gup?
Well, he's got his own car because he and his partner came in one car, right?
Right.
So he'd say, "Look, I gotta take a shower. I gotta get some rest. That was one hell of a night," and he's just gonna drive off.
Do you know how to drive?
Dude, he knows MTV and the Spice Girls.
Fair.
She's absolutely killed some people and taken their car for a drive. And all she's got to do is make it a block or 2, ditch the car, and head back.
The last time she drove, they had to be crank started.
It was the 90s. Well,
was it
crank started, you mean cocaine, then yes.
Sorry, real quick. I just want to point out that looking at the out front of our abandoned house here, we have like a prisoner cage in a tree.
Yeah, it's very creepy.
It's a lot of skulls. I love it.
Yep.
Question: Are the cops named after Ant-Man on purpose or on accident?
I literally made up the names right on the spot.
I was wondering. You said Hank and Pim, and I was like, where have I heard that before? And I first thought Smiling Friends, and I was like, no, that's Charlie.
Yep.
You know, Hank Pym is Ant-Man.
Yeah. So Dracula and Wolfman, 3 police officers, are coming towards the house. And Nefertiti, you're able to just drive away, and you can come back by nightfall.
Yeah, she's gonna park in somebody's garage, probably kill them, leave them, and then head back.
Yep.
Oh, I'm probably inside, far away from any windows.
Yes.
Wolfman will kind of he'd probably be keeping an eye out up front the entire day, and once he starts gain or see movement coming, he'd probably make his way up to where Dracula's staying. We have company. Do we want to play, or do we want to hide? Looks like
best not to draw any further attention today.
Can you hide here safely? I could disappear into woods.
Dude can turn into mist and a
Just turns
bat.
into bats.
Yeah, you can literally turn into a swarm of bats and then just hang out in the attic.
Very bad. As Wolfman gets back downstairs, I think he'll want to make dog noises. Basically, make it sound like there's a big, intimidating dog laying low in here.
Oh, that'll bring him in to shoot the dog.
Yeah, I was about to make that joke. Whoa, they got a dog. They pull out their guns. We gotta kill that fucking thing. Remember,
Shots fired at the old murder house.
if you want to
What? We've got a dog at the old murder house?
all units. We need SWAT to fill this corpse full of bullets. So are you going to slip out stealthily, or are you going to try to imitate a big dog?
I'm going to do that initial intimidation check just to make him give pause.
All right.
And then at that point, I'll bust out a back window and disappear into the bog.
All right. Give me a soul intimidation.
Difficulty?
Is it?
4.
Wait, is that still full of like bloody body parts, or was that done over here in the church?
That was done in the church. 2 tangers were.
Where
burnt
did Frankie
to ash.
get his?
In the
Okay.
church.
Okay.
Yeah. Loud barking sounds. Like, whoa, there's a big dog in there. Yeah, we're gonna need another 2 guys. So they're gonna wait for another 2 guys to come over to help them shoot this dog.
At that point, he'd make a fair amount of racket and
Big dog
just
in
kinda
there. Make sure you shoot it.
break out of the back window.
They
And
go into their cars. They get their shotgun. Yeah. Now you give me a body stealth. This will be difficulty 3 since you distracted.
All right.
Yep. That is well above their passive awareness, so you are gone as you splash down in the bog and you see Gilman just sitting on the floor.
And yet another hole in the building.
Truly a miracle. You know, this is what they mean when they say they built them better back in the day.
Right.
All right. No need to mince words here. The cops come in. They search around. They're like, that's a shit ton of bats in the attic, but they don't immediately flag that as vampires are real. Call in, firebombs. I mean, one guy does,
Call in
but
the
then they tell him
priest.
to shut up.
Away.
And the
Masquerade and
cops
preach.
begin pulling out. So, 1 second. Ba-bum. Okay, cool. Yes, so with that, the cops inform everyone that everything's okay, that they should keep out of the bog, because apparently there's a dangerous fugitive out there. But other than that, everything's fine. So all the cops get in their cars, and they drive away. I assume you guys are going to wait for nightfall here.
Yeah. Oh, fugitive
Yeah,
in
but-
the area. All right, peace out, guys.
Once the cops drive away, Gilman's actually going to slip into the pipe, and I'm going to wait
All right.
underneath the grate
Night,
so I can move myself.
night 2. It is this night that I'll put Neferti you all the way down here since you're slipping back in after ditching that cop car. That the people of the Occult-de-Sac, they decide they're going to just go ahead and do it anyway. They are throwing a block party tonight in the middle of the Occult-de-Sac for Halloween.
Oh, those poor bastards. To shreds, you say?
And then a couple more people come from out of the neighborhood to join it as well, like family, friends, that kind of thing.
Gilman did not expect this many people to be stomping on top of this grate.
And I will remind you guys as well that some area of effect abilities will affect an entire zone, and the cul-de-sac itself is one giant zone. So anything that says it targets one full zone, that's everyone.
So what you're saying is this is a prime fireball distance.
Now, here's the important thing to remember. If you completely slaughter all of them instantly with no witnesses, you will not get any doom. Because if everyone's dead, they can't fill the air with terror.
That's fair.
And it's not the point of this anyways, guys. Come on. So yeah, I guess I'll try, and as much as I can, I'm going to try to peek through the grates. I'm going to scope these people out, and in classic Gilman fashion, I'm looking for a woman.
You know what's a great way to terrify them is if all of a sudden the swamp came up from this grate and just flooded this entire cul-de-sac.
Oh no!
Sadly, for both
I'll just tell you guys my plan is.
Jimmy Olsen clones.
So I'm scoping them out right now. Then I'm going to fill the cul-de-sac with swamp water. Then I'm going to follow one home.
I would
Gilman's
say,
fucking weird. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, no, he's very weird. Roughly 50% of the women, Halloween costumes. It's that time of year. I don't need to describe stuff to you. You know what's going on.
All right.
There's sexy cop, sexy nurse, sexy Abraham Lincoln.
Sexy. That's just a joke from a College Humor video about discount Halloween costumes when they were going through all of them. They're like, sexy this, sexy that, sexy, and it's just a lady in a bikini. They're like, and pumpkin.
And so it's a... Sorry. It's a body fortitude for Ritual of the Hunger Swamp.
Yep.
Like there's that, and then someone helps you with it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What are we doing with that?
I think he wants to flood the center of the cul-de-sac.
Oh, okay. I could help with that if everybody's on board.
Yeah. That seems like a good way to instill terror.
How is Wolfman going to get to that zone to help out?
That's a good point.
Because Gilman can swim up the storm drain, but you can't.
Mm.
Ooh, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Now, as a reminder, if you don't get enough successes on the first one by yourself, you can use a second use of the book to roll again and add to it. So... But that will consume 2 of your 3 uses tonight.
Out of curiosity, do we need a save use to do the Dark Epiothis?
No, that one will not count.
Okay.
And that's on the third night anyway. So.
Just for
I know. I was just wanting to make sure, just so we could schedule our last round of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Wolfman would like to hide. Am I able to move a little bit freely?
Yes, like the top of these houses are also a zone, so if you want to caper up there.
I think he's actually want to hide behind the trash cans and give everybody a chance to kind of do their own thing, and then probably start causing a little bit of a ruckus, make it look like there's a wild animal in the trash to try to lure a curious person over.
All right. What is Dracula, Frankenstein, and Nefertiti doing?
And once it kicks off, I'm gonna try and land on the one of the streetlights in bat form and demon bat form.
I will also point out, Dracula, that you see at least 3 people dressed exactly like you. You could probably
you can just land, dude. Just be yourself. Hello, isn't it a great party?
Yes, Nefertiti can steal people's faces. You can literally just walk in as yourself.
Ooh, I think you should land actually on the stoplight, because that would look pretty cool. Just casting a dull red light that doesn't stand out as immediately is a lot more ominous.
Hello, I am amateur VFX artist.
Frankie's just slowly walking over because he smells the food cooking at the cul-de-sac.
Mm-hmm. Nefertiti, you just
Follow
got
my
back after...
Instagram at Alucard.
Nefertiti, you just got back. You ditched that cop car. I imagine you're wearing a police officer's hat at a jaunty angle.
Oh yeah, she's gone full sexy with it now.
Nothing sexy.
It's nearly Halloween, and she was here in the mid-90s.
Never have you been so tempted into necrophilia, everybody. Anyway.
See, sorry, I lost internet again, but I'm looking through my spells because we're about to fuck some people up.
I mean, however you want to do it.
Yeah, because I don't know how long you had your internet out. I think we're just planning to flood this place right now to get them to go home.
Well, I could hear y'all. My internet's been so shitty. I'm running Skype through my phone. I lost my sheet, but I've got it back now. And so, is it flooded yet?
No, it's not.
No, Wolfman's finding a way into the zone so we can...
I'm going to be waiting for it to flood, and then I'm going to pretend like the water is hurting them. Because I'm going to hurt the shit out of them in that zone when the water comes.
All right.
I don't know. Make them afraid of the rising bog? The water is acid? I don't know.
Okay, so... Wolfman makes some sounds. So, 3 people, thinking that there's a large animal or something, will find themselves improvised weapons and move into that zone to see what that sound is.
Immediately getting ready to beat up a raccoon or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, 100%.
Trying to figure out a way to...
They are considered a swarm, so one attack would affect all of them.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah, the Soulbound's really nice in that it makes handling large groups of weak-ass people extremely easy. That's why I gave Cope the ability to have, 15,000 zombies.
So he's wanting to draw the noise a little bit further behind the house to, again, kind of help break them away a bit from
all the
rest of the party.
So, yep.
Yeah. And then kind of once it gets into that cast in shadow, he's going to just start reaching out from the shadows and picking them off one at a time.
Give me a weapon attack. That's a surprise round, so you only get one with no metal. But their defense is poor, so you're looking at difficulty 2. Yeah. So how swarms work is each person only has 1 health, so the swarm would have 3 health for 3 people. So you did 6, possibly 7 damage. No, just 6 damage because everything was a success. So yeah, go ahead and tell me how you just Jason Voorhees these people.
So he would lure them around the corner and kind of make a giant claw mark on the back of the house to draw their attention. And as they're all focused, he's going to pick off one from the back, completely quiet. And as everybody else is looking around, you see a hand kind of reach around and just kind of basically from chest all the way up to through the scalp, the claws will rend right in front of the other person. But before he could scream out in terror, he would basically pounce, teeth grab around the neck and just a quick shake and silence him before he could cry out.
That'll do it. Give me a body stealth real quick. Difficulty 4 to see if anyone else notices. Oh yeah, you are completely silent. No doom, but no alarm. All right, what's everyone else want to do?
Do these houses have back doors, or are they only front door kind of houses?
They do have back doors, yes.
So hoping on the chance that there's an unlocked back door here, because they're all partying, so they might be going in and out of the house. Frankie wants to try to get inside and go into the master bedroom's walk-in closet and just chill in there.
The back door is locked. You can try to shoulder it open with a body might. That will be difficult. That will be difficulty 4, and you'll need 2 successes. Or you can punch it down by inflicting 5 points of damage.
I'll try to just force it open so it doesn't look completely broken.
Right, and it'll make less of a sound. A small bang behind a house in the middle of a block party will attract less notice than walls crumbling.
So DN4, you said?
DN4, body might. You just need 2 successes.
Nope.
Conk. You just put your shoulder into it. Nothing quite happens.
Just getting
metal
anxious,
to
but-
tear it down.
Can you use metal? I thought you can use it in combat.
You can only use it in combat, correct? Unless you spent a point of doom, but I wouldn't recommend spending your 1 point of doom on this.
Yeah. I'll just try again in a minute when everyone else does stuff.
Yeah. Gilman, Nefertiti, Dracula. What's the plan, Stan?
Gilman?
He's still waiting for someone to join him to help with the roll because he needs Wolfman there.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you need help with? I can come in to help.
I mean, I will
soul
say,
beast handling.
on second thought, I was going to say
that's bad for me.
Dracula wouldn't have to do a roll, but any of the rest of you could give me a soul guile to try to pretend to be someone in a costume. It is, I mean, except for
I was
probably
considering
Frankenstein.
that.
Except for Frankenstein, because he's got extra arms, it would be at severe disadvantage. So it would
And also my soul isn't very high.
yeah, you would need to roll a 6 to have it stick.
For Nefertiti, since it's been within 24 hours of that dead cop, could she just cast summon that miracle again? Is there a limit on the miracles?
You kind of already burned through his face.
Okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
You would need to have his body again.
Yeah.
Although I have 2 freshly made corpses here.
3 even.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not afraid of walking in there and going all spellcaster on their asses.
Yeah, he's got a very deep bag of tricks.
Guys, we gotta do this horror movie style. We can't just kill them all.
Yeah, that's why I'm picking off a few right now.
Yeah. Nefertiti's gonna move into this house and wait for them to come home.
How
All
are
right,
you getting in the house?
How are you gonna get the door is locked. The back door is locked.
I
Also
use my unlock door spell.
so you can use
And
body-
Gumbo, so I'm not missing something. I do have to have graves to raise zombies or skeletons, right?
correcto mundo. They don't just
Or
magically-
corpses.
You need
Yeah.
graves or corpses, yes. The burial cairn zone at the back there has a mechanically unlimited amount for whatever you want to do. That's why I put it back there.
Okay. Well, she's going to. We don't all know what each other have done, so
Yeah.
she's going to move. She's going to be skulking in the darkness, staying out of the cul-de-sac, and trying to head back around.
Mhm.
Because that's a move and an action to get over
Yeah.
there, right?
We're like in loose narrative time right now, not really turns. So that's all good. Dracula, what do you want to do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and walk on in.
Mhm.
Being a little
Hello,
bit-
fellow people.
Yeah, it's not like you draw attention. They're very involved. You're just another person that showed up.
Yes, it is me, cousin Jimmy.
I am
I'd like to
fashionably
raise-
late.
I'd like to stop right here. I know who the vampire masquerade is.
I'll say, for the sake of brevity, that you do see the manhole kind of peeking up and little green fingers sticking out from underneath it as Gilman is looking out through the storm drain. Because this neighborhood functions on a septic system, the manhole is literally just for rain runoff. I know some things about urban planning. Anyway.
And does Dracula have the ability to help Gilman flip
Well,
the thing?
It is a
Beast handling soul.
Soul beast handling.
So he could still use his soul.
Yeah. Unless
Also,
it's
no,
Gilman, you all make your way to us because we don't have to be in the specific square to make it Or the specific.
You need to be in
zones.
that one because he's trying to flood the center one. The only way you can do it is from that one because of the.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I thought it could
Do
be.
we want to go into turn order?
Sure, we can do that. I was also going to point
I
out.
feel like Frankenstein needs to bust through any moment now.
I was also going to point out that don't forget on the Hungering Swamp, if the Doom is 3 or higher, the swamp deals 1 damage to anyone who enters or begins their turn there, just passively.
Mhm.
So they become, and Gilman can teleport between them at night.
Does the ritual take a while, or is it?
It takes a couple minutes, but you've watched a horror movie.
Yeah.
This slowly bubbling, building water is not. There
Yeah.
you go. Still, you guys can see the initiatives, right?
Yeah.
Hey, cool. So they're where they were before. So Dracula Dracula, are you doing anything other than just integrating into the party? You could try to
Not
subtly
yet.
beguile people if you want to. That's not like a big light show.
Yeah, let's try and get a couple.
Okay. Hit me with that spell casting roll.
I am Count Chocula. Look deep into my eyes.
Are we keeping the old initiatives or are we using new ones?
It's the same.
It's the same.
Right.
Your fixed initiatives.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they are fixed initiatives. Never mind.
But I should have hold on.
I demand a reroll.
Yeah, with my 2.
Just quickly making a roll 1d6 macro since this is going to come up a lot. Rather than me typing it in every time. Oop. I'm going to go with the second one. So that person fails and is now beguiled under your control. I marked them. You could do a second one with your point of metal if you want to try to nab another person.
Might as well. Want to make this easier.
Yep, it will only last for 1 minute, but it's good enough.
Go unlock your houses.
You can do
Hey, does someone want to invite me into their dwelling?
Oh, no, with your point of focus, that is another 1 success. And they fail, so you get another person.
I hear it's really rad to formally invite in your guests.
And also, to be 100% clear, per the Bram Stoker's Dracula, someone underneath your vampiric beguilement can invite you into their home, and that does count. I will be 100% clear on that. That does count. That's how he got into the insane asylum, is he literally did that to a prisoner, and the prisoner invited him in.
I feel like he kind of has to, or that's just so crippling.
Yeah, Wolfman.
I think he'll make his way
Leslie and
down
White.
this way
Mhm.
and see Nefertiti.
Yep.
Are we having fun yet?
The 5.0 Mustangs were so much better than these new cars the police drive around.
Did you just Google that to make that joke? Go.
No, man, the Mustang 5.0s, 5.0 liter.
I could
Ford
see
back.
Cope just knowing that.
This is true.
I know cars,
Mm.
or I knew cars. Now they're too complicated.
I feel that.
Have you ever
myself.
heard somebody talks about the police? They're like, the 5.0's coming.
Oh yeah.
That was the 5.0 liter engine that was in the Mustangs.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Also, I realized your skeletons would be gone, Cope, because you need to. I think they would be gone right now, unless you're just continually pumping that point of metal to sustain them.
You probably don't
Uh,
drop from that far.
There's technically no distance on it, but it's.
I think unless my metal came up, I'd be pumping them because I told them to attack anyone who comes in. I want to
All
protect
right.
that hallowed ground.
Meanwhile, 2 skeletons are pointing guns at the door. That's a lot.
You see one of them doing like weird spins and shit with the gun.
Quit trying to do quick draw, man. You weren't good at it when you were alive. Why are you going to be able to do it now?
Well,
I'll bust
not
the
at all.
cap in your ass, bitch.
Suddenly they're a witch now.
Just Just the mental image of these bleached bone skeletons packing Glocks is just hilarious.
This whole thing reminds me of the movie Hocus Pocus.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so doing anything other than just
he'll ask. He'll say, "I've taken off 3, but I am trying to find a way to get closer to Gilman. He seems to want some help, but I don't know if I could blend in."
There's 6 guys that look just like you.
I'm good at distractions, but if you've got 3 dead bodies over there, I could also send in some friends to really sell it.
I think we need a little bit more time. I think we may want to try to turn that center area into a bog. Use that new toy of ours, but I don't know if I could blend in. Do you have anything that could help me?
Time for a makeover.
Yes, to be clear, the flesh mask only
It's
works for you.
Targets on you. Yeah,
Yep.
It's just target you. She pulls out this obvious skin of someone's face. I can only put these on myself and make me look like other people. And this one's, God, talk about decaying flesh. So yesterday.
I suppose I'll have to wait. Though, if you want, like I said, there are 2, 3 fresh corpses there. If you want to take one of theirs and try to blend in, maybe
certainly.
You could.
Where is Gilman?
Would it be safe to say that Wolfman would have noticed as he was kind of keeping an eye?
For the sake of simplicity, I'll say yes.
That manhole cover at the center of the cul-de-sac seems to be moving a bit. I see eyes peering through.
If you could get down one of those storm drains in the road where the gutter washes down the water, I'm pointing as if there should be one over here.
Around there, yeah.
You know, they're big enough that I used to be terrified when my 2-year-old would walk by them because I was like, if you moronically stumble and fall into there, there's no way I can get down in there. And get
I know that's real Cope talking, but I do love the idea of an ancient Egyptian storm drain.
But would that be something I could do? Are there storm drains large enough for me to?
I mean, there are in my town. Like a human can easily fit down in them. And these are just the side gutters because we get so much water. In Florida, you have those all over the place.
There was a couple in even where the neighborhood I grew up in California had some that I probably could have squeezed down in when I was little.
I mean, y'all have seen those horror movies where the clown's down in there and looking out from the eerie glowing fuck clowns.
I would rather not fuck clowns, Cope. Thank you very much.
I was gonna say there's a whole community who wants to fuck clowns.
I mean,
You just go online, you can find them.
I'm with you, Gombo. Stand corrected.
So
that's just my go-to joke. When people say, "Oh man, fuck me," I'm like, I'm flattered by the offer, but I'd rather not. Thank you.
We just met.
So yeah, if I can, is there a storm drain that I could potentially?
There is, but it's gonna be a squeeze. You're a bulky, furry, muscly wolf man.
I'll give it a shot.
And your fur's gonna be so mad at you, I swear.
Right.
So it would be in this zone here.
Okay.
Real question. Feet first or head first?
Head first.
Okay. Let me
mouthful of.
So I'm trying to imagine.
It's really a shame no one played the ghost who can go through solid objects.
Right.
But Dracula.
Yeah, but he just goes into the back room and sings.
Let's see. Here we go. Dexterity.
Oh, yep, that'll do. What target do you in?
5. But you need 1 success.
Here's hoping. Yay!
Okay. You managed to get in there. You didn't get stuck comedically.
Yep. Definitely could have. So am I like in this zone but underground?
Yeah. Just hit yourself with like a little dot or something like that.
Okay. Do I have metal or anything that could allow me to move to the center, or was that included?
No, because you moved from the corpses over to here and to there.
Okay.
I know we're in like loose time right now, but I'll say that's enough.
Okay.
Frank.
I'm gonna try to get through that door again. DN4, you said?
Yes, you can spend a point of metal before the roll to double your training in might.
I don't have any training in might.
Really? I just want to give you... either way, then never mind.
I have training in weapon skill and determination, and that's it.
Gotcha. So, right, because the build I give you is the one where it's all front-loaded with attributes. Anyway. Hey, it's what you get for having 11 toughness and 7 wounds and being the tankiest in the party.
Yeah.
But that will pop the door and let you get inside.
I'm just gonna go hide in whatever walk-in closet of the main bedroom is.
Mm-hmm.
And just chill there until they go to bed.
I realize the people aren't on the turn order. I'll quickly do that. Got an initiative of 1. And yes, they are called victims. What else would they be? Skeletons are chilling out. Gilman! You heard something go splash into the storm drain.
So can I perform the ritual now?
Wait until he gets closer to you. So if you would like, it might not be subtle, but you could try to grab someone as they walk past the manhole.
No, I'm just gonna wait.
All right. Okay. So victim turn. 2 people sees a flicker of light from one of the windows of this house, and they wonder if the dog is still in there. So 2 people are going to go in this house. Probably should have done this on your last turn there, Frank. But why don't you give me a body stealth?
Mm-hmm.
Or probably this is more of a mind stealth because it's a confined space. Like, where would you hide your bulk? So, mind stealth.
DN4?
DN4.
Wow.
Amazingly. Freaking, what's with Frankenstein being so stealthy?
It's the extra hands.
Why is he the ninja?
I like to think he's doing like the walkling, like just very high up in the hallway.
Yeah.
So that means by now I'm probably in the closet already, kind of covered by the clothing a little bit.
Yep, there's 2 people in that house, and they do not know where you are. Nefertiti.
Right. Nefer's gonna head over here to the next zone. And can we metagame? Have we been metagaming?
Lightly.
Do we want to kill everyone with the bog in the middle?
It won't kill everyone. I think it'll cause chaos.
We're trying to cause chaos and freak everybody out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so she's gonna, in this zone, she's gonna try and raise 2 zombies.
Yep, absolutely. Roll me that deathly invocation. Then a point of focus. All right, so you get...
Turn that 4 into a 5 with a focus.
Yes, but it's difficulty 6. See?
Oh, there you go.
So you get 1 zombie.
1 zombie will work. All right, and she is going to help that zombie, I guess, open a door, or that's next turn.
I mean, you can spend a point of metal and take another action. Hell, you can cast the spell.
No, she's going to keep her metal going to keep the faraway skeletons alive.
So, yeah, we'll deal with the zombie on the zombie's turn. I'll add him back into the initiative.
Yeah.
All right. Dracula. You got 2 people under your control. Everyone's moving into position.
Quick procedural question.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to do a trail of blood through a swampy cul-de-sac?
I'm going to say yes, just to not kill the fun.
All right.
Because that would be...
That was a really good question. We just lost the whole game right there.
I'm going to say yes to not kill the fun because I'm the one that links the manhole and the swamp right there for this to be possible. And that one, I mean, I don't know. You could put some bones and intestines in there. That's fine.
And who's to say that the entire thing is full of non-stop water? It's just
right, exactly. Just enough to consider it terrain.
All right. But fellows, important to ask.
It's a bog, not a swimming pool.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll have these two just start ruining the evening for everyone. Have one of them go flip the catering table, and
Yes,
the
they
others start
begin
punching
behaving
people.
like absolute fucking assholes.
Nice.
Embrace your inner Chad and go ruin the party.
That's just a free action. You just tell them to do that.
They ruin your social lives tonight.
So I'm gonna say that's gonna lower any DN for just making stuff happen here, just by like any social or intimidation
Chaos.
stuff. Yeah. No one's gonna notice if your mummy costume is too real when there's frickin' Chad over there kicking the shit out of your daughter.
Chad kicking the daughter. Blake is taking a shit on the turkey.
No, it's Halloween. It's a turducken.
No, he opens up the they're on a contest for jack-o'-lanterns. He opens up the winning prize, and he just takes a big shit in it.
Hold on. This might still fail. Yeah, so that's one person that's not under your sway.
Yeah, might as well use the metal to try and get a third somewhere else.
Oh, okay, I'm not even going to bother to roll because that's 2 successes and they can only roll 1 die. So that one definitely works.
Mhm.
So you got another person to your asshole brigade. Woo!
Dude, those guys are being assholes.
That guy
makes
just
me want to be an asshole.
That fight just fully punched a child. Strangely enough, no one had a problem with it.
Well, I mean, the kid had it coming.
Yeah. Little Hitlers. Anyway.
Fucking Dennis.
Yeah. Wolfman, you can make your way easily enough. I mean, it'd technically be difficult terrain, but if you're not doing anything else, you're just like, all right, I'm here to help.
Yes. We're gonna do the thing again.
Ooh.
All right. Frank,
What?
there's 2 people in the house with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm noticing that there's some moving around. I imagine they're like going out to like check the back door that's probably been left open.
Mhm.
And Frankenstein just comes up behind them and he's just trying to tap their shoulder, but he forgets he has bone claws now.
Oh, God.
And they just go through the heads.
Give me an attack roll.
Yep.
With your heavy
Do I
hands.
have to do 2 weapon if it's just considered a mob kind of thing?
No, you do not have to.
Okay.
You technically can, and then you'll just basically get free damage.
But I
most
think they're
of the
going to
time.
die no matter what damage I get.
Yes. Literally, if you hit, you will kill them because there's 2 health collectively.
What number am I turning?
Their defense is poor, so you're looking at a 2. So literally just 1 success, and you will kill. Yeah, they're dead.
And so they start bleeding. I'm like, uh-oh. And I just grab their feet and I begin to haul them back to the church. So leaving a trail of blood out the back door.
Just the talons fully go through their throats, and they just gurgle.
Yeah. So then I start taking them back to the church.
All right. You know what? I know that technically no one's like witnessed it, but that is 5 people dead. I'm gonna just give you a Jason Voorhees 1 doom point.
Well, also, when they do find out what's happened, there's going to be dead bodies in the back.
Oh yeah.
There. And there's going to be a blood trail leading into the bog.
Every Friday the 13th movie has this. I call it the corpse run. It's where the last person is running around and they see all the dead bodies of all the other people just kind of strewn about.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is very true.
Yep. Every Friday the 13th movie has it. Man, I'm gonna want.
I've never thought about that. That's funny.
Yep. I call it the corpse run because it's literally one person running around.
But that's all I can do, by the way.
Yep.
I gotta see the sights before the movie ends.
But 2 or 3 of the corpses, we never saw what happened. We just assumed, and that last character gets to, verify it.
Oh yeah, there's at least one character that we didn't know was actually dead.
Yeah.
Or like one character like went to like hold him off.
I still stand by the first Friday the 13th movie, the one before Jason was introduced, was almost more of a murder mystery. I mean, it was still a slasher, but you didn't have a hockey mask wearing killer tanking.
Well, to be fair, older slasher movies weren't just slashers most of the time. They had other stuff to them.
I will say they do usually have at least one man in a mask.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, like even like the torture porn movies didn't start like that. Like the first Saw movie was like a suspense kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like a student film.
Yeah.
But Saw is like completely different than like a.
No, I know. I'm just using that as an analogy. Like it started off as like more of a suspense thing rather than the torture porn that it is now.
Yeah.
I
mean, yeah.
Saws personally,
but Saw movies degraded with time. I think.
Like I said, I like the first one. Everything after that one can fuck right off.
Yep. I do think it's funny though, and then we'll get to Raising the Swamp. That if you find any box collection of Friday the 13th, it's just the first 8 movies. They literally drop Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X because those are the 2 stupidest ones.
Like, okay, this is too ridiculous.
Jason Goes to Hell. He explodes in the first part of it, which is kind of fun to see the military fight Jason. But then he possesses people, and Jason X, he literally goes to space. So
I remember that one.
Hey, Gilman literally succeeds without help from Wolfman.
Like he was too busy. He was like, "I'm just gonna do it without him," and then Wolfman shows up.
I just love the idea of Wolfman come out. We're gonna do the thing, and then Gilman just has like an extra large cork they just pulls out of the ground. Boom, what? And then
and then Gilman's just going to wait for everyone to decide to just give up on this party and go home. And he's going to follow one of these women home.
Yes, the cul-de-sac.
Should we kind of disperse and plan to come back tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night is Halloween night.
Yeah, we need to get that doom up. Plus, Wolfman's going up through the sewer because he can't breathe underwater. So.
Because we're going to see a bunch of swamp water coming up from the sewer, followed by a weird dog person.
Right.
Also, Dracula, natural flowing water.
Time to nope out of there.
So,
although it's not naturally flowing, it's supernaturally flowing, right?
This is literally the only time in the entire thing
I get it,
it's going to be relevant.
Listen, they never use the flowing water rule. We're using the flowing water rule.
All right. So everyone is definitely beginning to freak out there. Why doesn't Gilman give me I'll say body intimidation, difficulty 3 to see if you get a doom point. You will need 2 successes. Excuse me.
Body intimidation, difficulty 3.
Lowered it because of assholes.
It definitely looks like creatures are coming up with that water.
Oh my god, every single one of those was a success.
Was there a snake in that water? Was that an alligator?
Is that the fucking Wolfman?
You know what? Because this is gonna kind of be a chain reaction thing. Because that would give you your 3rd point of doom. Which means now, at the start of the victim's turn, they're gonna take damage from the swamp. So I'm just going to go ahead and make that to your 4th doom point. You can see this on your party tracker. Because apparently, there were snakes and things in that bog water that's going to start hurting people. Literally, I shit you not.
Leeches and shit.
At the top
Piranhas.
of this victim's turn, 2 people will die. Because it's 1 point of damage, and swarms take double damage from area effects. So 2 people are killed by snakes and leeches.
I didn't want that to happen, but okay.
Zuri Chattahoochee.
They're like, oh my god, the floodplain!
Isn't global warming the biggest monster of them all?
All right, now, they're all freaking out, and it's my turn.
So these people are going to start heading to their house. These 3 people, I don't put it on the map, but they have their cars down here along with this fella.
We should have popped the tires before we did all that.
Well, we didn't see the cars. We didn't think about it.
The 3 people that are being professional assholes are staying in the cul-de-sac because they haven't been ordered otherwise.
This guy goes in this house and sees the blood trail heading to the bog.
Oh my god, that's right. Retroactive soul intimidation there.
Soul intimidate?
Yeah, because this is more of like a passive background.
Damn, how do I have no intimidation, I swear?
Limited XP. I'm sorry, man.
What's the DN?
I'm gonna say 3. No, actually 2. Like this is a combo.
I only have 2 dice, so there's not going to be much chance. So might as well.
So difficulty 2.
Hey, they're both.
Hey,
that's another point of doom for you.
Nice.
All right, zombie.
Zombie's gonna start trying to. Is there an easy way to get in through this back way?
You can either you can beat down the door or try to like shoulder bump it open, or you could just straight attack it.
So yeah, not really any subtle ways.
No.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna hear you breaking down their door.
Sure.
They're already
trying
pretty
to
terrified. That's just going to
scare
up
people
up
at
the
this
scare
point.
part. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to terrify him at this point. So he's going to attack the door.
All right.
I guess.
So you can just go ahead and click your zombie. Let's see. I believe its attack is poor and the door's defense is poor. So you're looking at difficulty 4, and it's a.
He's got average.
He's got average. Then you're looking at difficulty 3.
All right. Target DN.
That would be 3.
Difficulty 3. Remaining swarm toughness 1.
1. Yep.
Fight bonus 0.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
That is not enough to. The door has a health of 5, so that is not enough to batten it down. But
these guys definitely. But these guys definitely hear something fucking.
Yes, their
hammering
friend who
in their
wandered off to go hit a raccoon is now having his face torn open and is animated dead, Walking Dead smashing down their back door. This is either the best or the worst Halloween party in the universe.
I mean, if you ask.
This is a sick prank.
Nefertiti.
Prosthetics look so real, bro.
You know what? We're going to play it simple and just go ahead and try and raise 2 more zombies.
All right. You do cap out at 2 total, but you do manage to get another zombie up.
Okay.
And thus your swarm expands.
She's going to move. Not that it really matters, but... Actually, where's the door?
There's one in the back, and
the zone doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's abstraction.
Can she help try and tear open the door after casting a spell?
That would use your point of metal, so...
No, metal's going to the metal skeletons who are still up there cracking wise.
Right, so no, you can't. The skeletons are too busy doing trick shots.
Infinite ammo.
Yes, they have that bandana from the first Metal Gear Solid that gives them infinite ammo, which
Absolutely.
is weirdly canon, according to Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, sorry, this is a tangent, but in Metal Gear Solid 2, you're not playing as Snake, you play as Raiden, and you run into Snake at the end of the game, and you separate, and he's got an assault rifle, and Raiden's like, are you going to be okay? And he goes, yeah, no, I'll be fine. And he points to his bandana, I've got infinite ammo, and then he heads off. I'm like, I'm sorry, so does the bandana give him infinite ammo for real?
I mean, this is also the same franchise
that game dips into that shit.
Well, this is also the same franchise where the one boss yells at you if you cheat, and you have to beat him by plugging it into the second controller port.
Yes.
That also brings up another question. Does smoking literally make him time travel?
They did explain in the new one that it just slows his perception of time or speed. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's Dracula.
It's a good thing he didn't have a pipe. I mean,
took the 5 damage. Gonna turn into Man-Bat and fly behind this house.
Yep.
We don't see it in the
took
series.
5
If Snake
damage
would light up
from
a
the,
blunt, it would
water.
actually send him back in time.
And I guess we'll use the metal to turn back.
And what do you want your hypnotized people to do? Because they're still overturning tables, and they will just be killed by the swamp.
Yeah, they can Just melt in the swamp.
Dark.
So now I'm gonna try and get
You don't want
one
to
in
send
this
them into
house
each
here
house screaming.
on my next turn.
Okay. Wolfman.
All right. Does it
Moving.
count as his own transition to get to the surface?
Yes, it does.
All right. So.
And then the swamp is difficult terrain. You're not damaged by it, but it will take 2 actions to get out of it.
All right. So there's 1 to get here.
Mm-hmm. And then you can action and then a point of metal to leave the zone.
Okay.
Are we just killing all the people now? Do we have everything we need to set up for the next day, or?
Yeah, I think we're just.
Yeah.
Somebody said tomorrow night's Halloween, so we just need to kill everyone tonight and get ready for our last stand tomorrow.
Moving 1 metal to get here, and can I use my second metal to attack?
Actually, I think rules-wise, you could use your action and 1 point of metal, and then you can charge, which will let you immediately attack to move it to close range.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't come up much, but there's in the zone, and then there's close range, and charge lets you get into immediate close range. So when you charge, it's an attack, and you get an additional 2 dice.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So attack.
So yeah, you'd be like on this guy here.
DN 4?
2, because 4 defense.
Oh, okay. So, and 2 extra dice for melee?
Yep.
All right.
Because that's when they ask a melee bonus, you put 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, very dead.
If they're a group, or they're all dead.
They're a swarm. I forgot. Sorry. So yeah, they're all dead. All of them. You
just jump like acrobatic leaps between each one of them to slaughter them.
Now, as per your ability, hit and run. As a free action, you can move into an adjacent zone, regardless of difficult terrain, and so that you can just do that additionally.
Does a house count as an adjacent zone or no?
It does. Oh no, sorry, no. You have to move into this one and then.
Okay.
This.
All right, that's what I was wondering. All right, I'll go here then.
And I believe I don't know. You can keep track of your points of metal because you have 2.
And I recharge 1 per turn.
Yeah, so you can spend your last one, or you can.
I'll stop there and recharge back up to.
All right.
2. Yep.
Frank, you still just dragging those corpses as you hear the panic unfold?
No, as I hear the panic, I just drop them into the swamp.
Okay.
And I walk back into the house as my movement.
Mm-hmm.
See the other 2 there and be like, "Oh, sorry," and I just grab both of them and slam them together.
Attack. I like how you've all. Yeah, DN2. They have 4 defense. These 4 sons of bitches. Yeah, they're dead.
Actually, can I opt
together?
Is it too late for me to opt to go to this side of the street instead?
No, you can do that. I don't care. It's fine.
And since it recharges anyway, I'm just going to spend a point of metal just to walk out the front door.
Into the swamp.
Yep.
Skabloosh.
Bloop, bloop.
Do the swamps hurt us or just?
No, they do not hurt, but they still slow you down.
Yeah.
Unless if you're a Dracula.
Yeah, unless you're Dracula. Though honestly, it's no longer flowing water because it's filled at this point. It was only for that 1 round. Skeleton Gilman.
Okay.
Find your woman, Gilman.
Yeah. There's arguably a woman in every house except for the one where Frank just killed everyone.
All right. So looking at this house, are there any sort of points of weakness, like a basement window or anywhere I can slip in?
Nope. You'll have to smash open the door.
I like the subtlety, though.
Yes, I appreciate that as well.
All right. I guess I'll just go over to the nearest window and smash it open.
All right. Give me an attack roll. Difficulty 2.
All right.
Wait. So any of these houses that are connected to the now bog spot, which is all 5 of them, do any of them have a crawl space with a vent in the front of the house on the foundation
where water is seeping in, where gillmen can just slither into the
Unfortunately, no. These are all concrete foundation with no basements.
Yeah, fuck you, new houses.
All right.
So you'll need just 5 damage.
What's the DN?
2.
2. There we go. 5 successes.
You fully smash down the door or window or whatever you prefer, and you can gain entrance into the house. And that'll apply to everyone too, not just you.
I'll just slip in. I don't know if anyone is on this.
I'll say yes. It's all like one zone. It's the interior of the house. So someone sees you and definitely screams. You still have a point of metal if you want to do anything to anyone.
Oh God! What is
all right.
it?
What do they look like? Who is this person?
I don't know.
Is
Who
it
do you
woman?
want them to be? It can be a woman, sure.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
You just see a young woman with buns in her hair, be like, "Oh heavens, the Betsy!" She's dressed up. She's dressed up as a 1940s housewife.
Yes, let's do that. Just for God's sake, it's a monster. You can break character, Leanne.
Try to grab someone.
All right. This will be a opposed body might. I will let you know. They only have a single D6. It's difficulty 4. They fail. So long as you get 1 success, you've got them.
Chuck. Although secretly, Chuck really didn't like Leanne anymore. She really got way into these costume parties.
So it's difficulty 4 body might there, Michael.
Chuck had been thinking of leaving.
Michael? Did we lose him, or?
Maybe.
Mike is active. You're clicking.
Can you hear me?
There we
I can
are.
hear you.
Okay. I was trying to talk before. I don't know why you couldn't hear me.
Huh, weird.
What's the DN?
DN is 4.
4.
You get 1 success, you will succeed. Yep. So you grab someone. And I believe that's your turn at that point then, because you moved, attacked, got close range, grab.
What was her name? Leanne?
Yeah, Leanne. We'll go with that.
Yeah, we're going to have to stick. This is going to be a thing. Gilman and Leanne are going to create the whole race of Gilman.
I mean, unless Dracula turns her into a bride.
I think you might be disappointed with how far I'm willing to take this bit.
Guys, it's going to become a throuple.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw the line at actual sexual assault. Thank you very much. Like murder them and turn them into a vampire, sure, but anywho, 2 of the hypnotized people die. They're still tossing over tables. The tables have already been tossed, but now the snakes drag them down.
The one guy who's still alive, still just shitting in the pumpkin. Upper decker, baby! Woo!
These 2 people crawl out the back window, and they are going to move off the map so that way they are gone. But everyone else is hunkering down inside their house.
Mm-hmm.
Zombies.
Do we get any dread for people surviving?
No, but that will affect the final night.
Oh.
Zombies. This door has 1 point of health left.
They are going through.
All right, so it's going to be difficulty
continue
3, and now your swarm is too large. So
all right, DM 3, swarm toughness 2.
oh yeah, that door is gone. And for the sake of simplicity, once you guys break into one house like this, I'm going to say both doors are open, so you can move easily through.
And then Nefertiti comes in. She's like, "Here's the motherfucking tea, bitch!" Just kills them all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, zombies. I guess that was their action and their move to get in.
They can't even get in. They're slow speed. It takes an action and a move for them to move zones, so they're still outside.
Well, then Nefertiti is going to walk in and say, "Let's get this party started," and she is going to cast
I assume you're
Soul Harvest.
Yep.
Enemies in your zone suffer 1 damage, which ignores armor. This damage kills an enemy. You regain toughness.
Yep, and since they're a swarm that take double damage, so let's see. That's 2 successes because of your focus. Plus 20 damage. So you do 2 damage doubled because it's an area effect and they're a swarm. That means you raise your hand and give a chant to Anubis as purple flashing light from the house's windows can be seen, followed by their screams as you literally just remove their souls.
Your souls are mine.
They are dead.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be it for her.
Time for the drag attack.
She'll keep up her medal to keep the skeletons at the church.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't
Fuck you, I
teach
can
the
shoot
house
better.
until I'm invited in. But I think you guys can invite me in anyway.
Yep. I mean, if Gilman gurgles a "why don't you come on in here, bro," then you can pop right in through the window now.
Yeah. Seems like a thing to do.
Mhm.
I'll just
Yep. So it's just
grab the
a
first one I see and
movement,
get some
and then you
sip
spend your
going.
reaction to close range, and you can attack the swarm. You will assume that it's not going to be the one that Gilman is grappling.
Yeah, we just lost Michael in the call too. So, target number 2.
Yep.
Boom.
I feel like they're dead.
Yep, they are dead. You regain 2 toughness.
Oh, that's nice. I forgot about your healing drinking.
He is a vampire.
I wish my drinking healed me.
No, it's slowly just killing your liver cope.
Yes, well, killing me.
Sorry,
making my liver
my Wi-Fi
grander.
dropped out for a minute, so I dropped call.
Oh, no worries. It's not like it wasn't your turn. Dracula just burst into a house and killed and drank 3 people. Not the one that you're holding, though. We assumed that. I mean, Kenneth can say otherwise, but I assume not the one.
I mean, Dracula has
You gonna eat that?
manners. Come
on. I believe you still have
He's
a
a
point of
better
metal
house guest than that.
if you want to do anything there, Drac.
I was gonna do a bit you kind of ruined, but whatever, Dracula.
No, you still have your living victim.
I went for this house first.
Yeah, you've got
Yeah.
Leanne. He killed Chuck, though.
He killed Chuck,
And-
Barry, and their kid.
How the
Isaac.
fuck did you kill so many people in one round?
Swarms are considered one entity, and he did he did 5 damage.
Yeah.
So
That just leaves one house.
Yep.
mhm.
And as Wolfman and Frankenstein, we're going to start closing in there, I have a feeling.
And I will remind you, if you wish to make vampires, they do need to be alive.
Yes, I saw that.
At this point, I don't think we're making vampires. We're making zombies.
All right. I guess Wolfman then.
All right. Wolfman will move here, then attack, basically charge his way in, if that's possible.
I'll say you can charge attack the door. So before you move inside, we'll see if you kick down the door. So just charging is when you move to another zone and you have one action, so you'll still have your movement.
Okay.
So give me a melee attack with 2 additional dice, difficulty 2, because the door's defense is poor. Yep, that'll destroy the door.
Then move in, so that would take in a move. Then
yes.
okay, so it was a Yeah.
Don't forget, if you would like, rather than moving, you could spend a point of metal to then charge again,
Oh.
and then your charge bonus will be 3d6 because of your ability never stop charging.
Okay, yes, I'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Never stop, never stopping.
Mm-hmm.
And then, is it gonna get bloody?
And then I assume you're going to use hit and run just to appear out the other window on the other side.
Right. Yeah. DN still 2?
Yep, because they suck.
And they're dead.
Yep, they're dead.
So I assume we're not going to be in the turn order now as we can collect the bodies.
Yeah, they are. There's only one there's 2 survivors. The hypnotized one in the center, who will die in a second unless Dracula tells him to get out of the water. And there's Leanne.
Yeah, I guess we could turn that one to a vampire spawn.
Loser, get out of the water. Yeah, I'm just going to start gathering up the bodies that are starting to slowly get bloated in the water.
Yep, I will, for the sake of simplicity, I'll just gather up all the dead bodies, put the living one off to the side so you guys can count to see what you have available.
Presumably the altars we need to make can be made of the bodies, but...
Yep. Yeah, just like one body each. Pretty simple. I'm not even going to have you roll for it.
Need someone to do a body awareness as a support thing.
You see the pumpkin, a flying pumpkin comes bobbing out of the swamp, and Jack goes, Jesus, you folks really went to town.
Yeah,
No, it's Anubis.
Hey, listen, I'm Irish Catholic. Anyway.
I'm going to get new legs.
So you guys have 2 more rituals for the night and a wealth of bodies and 2 living people. I think this would be a good time to address what would you like to do?
I want to become a centaur.
Do you want your infernal flesh hide too?
I don't think we're going to be able to reach that number without blowing like all of our doom, but I mean...
Yeah, probably
okay.
at that point you'd also be consuming like all the rituals just to soup him out.
Yeah, 10 corpses.
That's true.
I'm fine with just becoming a centaur. That's 4 corpses. It's a reasonable goal. A little harder than the extra arms, but I can ignore difficult terrain, which will be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, no one else really needs the corpses, so I would vote against going Ultra Frankie and just kamikazing him against the cops tomorrow.
Because you still also have
some other rituals you could do too.
It's someone with a good body awareness to turn.
I have
this
body.
guy
I don't have
into a
awareness, but my body's 5. If no one has better.
Yeah, that still works.
I've got awareness with trained with a focus.
He's probably the better one.
I'd be a 2. Just count what your body is and how many checks you have in awareness, and that
4. I have 4.
So oddly, Frankenstein continues to be the biggest helper there is. I can do it. I have 4 hands.
So
you do want me to roll body awareness? Am I still the best option?
Because I have 4, but also
I'll have
have
a 5.
Focus.
Okay,
I'll have 5 with no focus.
And are you trying to make a bride, or are you trying to make a minor vampire?
Minor vampire, but that's 8, and I need 5 more successes.
Let's do this between a bride and a, out of curiosity.
Given it's harder, the bride's probably stronger.
How many doom do we have right now?
I'd go with the 5 and spend a point to get it.
You have 6 total at the moment.
Okay, so let's spend one. Totally. I'll do the roll so we can guarantee a 5 with the doom, and then you have your vampire.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
I looked at the bodies. We're gonna still have extra bodies, even if I do both rituals to get the centaur legs and the body.
But we only have 1 more use for the day.
Yeah.
But now, if you look in monstrous minions, Kenneth, you should see the minor vampire.
Okay, so does that make our doom go down after we use one of the doom, by the way?
Yes. So I am moving back down to 5.
Okay. Because if we have one more use today, if we're actually going to have them break upon my body, we could probably just do the infernal flesh hide. But we're going to have to probably spend 2 uses of the doom to do that. But
I say do it, because in combat, is there any use for the doom?
I could just skip the centaur.
Yes. Oh, there's so many uses for doom.
There's a lot of use for doom.
Let me list them for you. You can maximize your attack roll, re-roll as many dice as you want on test, recover all your toughness, recover all your metal, and to be clear about recovering all your metal, that means you can use all your resources, then recover it, and then use it all again.
And then you can also cheat death.
Yeah, and you can also cheat death to just not die.
But keep in mind, we also need to accrue doom because we need 20. We have a 20 target for that dark apotheosis.
And doom lowers it.
Yeah.
And what's the roll?
Jack is going to be making that roll, not you guys.
Okay, so then we can just probably roll on the centaur one for me, and we can skip the infernal flesh hide because we're not going to meet that with rolling.
I mean, do you really need the speed from a centaur? Wouldn't you rather have the?
Well, so
no, I don't. We won't have to use the. We have a chance of meeting the centaur one without having to use the doom.
Plus,
we will not reach the infernal flesh hide.
Ignores difficult terrain as well,
which would be pretty big here too.
In the bogs and all that.
Good point.
So we have a reasonable chance of reaching the centaur one. If we fail, we fail. But it's worth a shot. So I have to use body determination. You have to use mind medicine. Just no one else has better
mind medicine.
I do not believe so. I think the
Wait, isn't the main skill check mind medicine and the assistant is body determination?
But I'm doing the assistant check for this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Frankenstein one's special just because I'm like, well, Frankenstein wouldn't be.
I've got a 5.
Medicine.
Yeah, I've got a 5 mind.
Okay, then roll it and I'll roll determination.
Does anybody have better mind medicine?
I don't think so.
Okay. Rock and roll, target DN.
I think it's 4, isn't it?
It should say.
This one is 5, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why it's.
All right.
It's possible, but it's hard. It was going to be near impossible for the infernal flesh hide one. Okay, so.
The gunk roll. One success.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get it then.
What?
Spend
Why don't I have any focus points?
In medicine, because you're a spellcaster first and foremost.
Okay, so no centaur legs for me.
I thought focus points were just universal.
To be fair, now that ritual has 4 put to it. So if tomorrow night you wish to pick up with it, you can then continue to add to it.
Yeah.
But
do we get to ritual before, or do these rolls before the big ritual?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's keep pushing along because I know we're going long, but at this rate, we're not going to finish until 10 o'clock my time.
Yeah,
it's getting late.
Don't worry, we only one light left. What's Skillman going to do with the last living victim here?
Unspeakable things in back room. Let's move along.
Fade to black.
I guess. Where are we setting up shop now?
Probably the church, because we need to prepare.
Cool. I guess we're taking her back to the church.
Well, to be fair, also, the big ritual will need to be performed in the Occult-de-Sac with the book in the church, but you will also need to maintain the shrines here.
Yeah, we have to set up 5 shrines in each of these houses, draw a pentagram across all of the houses through the cul-de-sac in blood, and keep all the altars going while we do a long prayer while the prayer book is back in the church. So I think the bulk of us need to be up here in the cul-de-sac defending it.
Yeah. And we could probably actually get started with some of the shrines and stuff just so we have it pre-built.
Yes. There's no rolls. We can just say you're doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the next day then definitely the centaur is going to be very helpful for me if we're going to try to be defending these houses.
I will use 2 of these corpses since who's going to do the book reading in the house?
That's going to be Jack.
Okay, so he can be the one person with the book back there. So I'll bring my skeletons up here.
Mhm.
What do y'all
Jack
think?
has no way to defend himself, but he can definitely do that.
Oh,
Especially.
never mind. I'll leave the skeletons back there because they can just mindlessly act on if anything comes in the house, shoot the shit out of it.
Well, let me do it this way, guys. Normally there would be another daylight nighttime, but you killed everyone, and there's going to be no real alarm at the moment. So daylight.
All right.
And then
Get through daylight.
back to nighttime Halloween night. I considered doing like a third version of each of these maps where it was red tinted for the blood moon, but it didn't look well. So
Rock and roll then.
all right.
So can we set us up kind of where we would be?
Yes,
Do
and
we
you
want
get your
one of us to defend each house.
Yeah, let's also do those rolls for the book. Get it out of the way.
because you still got a few more things to get. I will
So-
also reveal the blood shrines.
I could create a night creature in the temple or the church as a defender. That could be nice.
We were going to use one to finalize my
Right.
centaur legs, and then we have the other two. That's probably a good choice for one of them.
Let's get the centaur legs done.
Go ahead and roll your medicine.
Medicine. DN 5.
4, 5, yeah. Okay, we make it.
Nice.
I have
What is
centaur
the
legs now.
state of this survivor? Because I'm assuming she's just coming around with us and seeing this horrible shit.
Yeah, it truly just like mortified beyond all belief.
So Frankenstein now has 4 legs, 4
Forearms, and I have
With-
bone claws that protrude whenever I want to hit things.
Yeah,
Truly
claws.
a absolute fucking nightmare.
Yeah. I'm going to put 2 zombies in here. I can recast it every minute to add a minute to their life. So
And,
And you
that
still
way
have 2
Frankenstein
rituals.
can be.
and I need somebody to help me with mind channeling.
That would
That won't be me.
Nancy.
You sure?
I think
I've
you're
got,
probably going to be the
like,
best mind.
I mean, it's either that or Dracula.
I've got like a 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got a 9.
Yeah, I think that'll be good.
I'm just going to roll. Fuck you guys. What's our target DN?
DN5. And we need total 7.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, hold on. Let's
You have
see.
2 focus points.
2 focus points, so that's actually 2 successes. And
2 successes. So
So
you can
that's-
probably blow that last one and just finalize this
Yep.
creature of the night.
Okay.
Yep.
all right,
All right.
you're gonna spend
So
the
do it
final
again.
one.
Yep.
Do you want to spend a doom to auto succeed it?
Well, let me
Essentially.
see. How many successes do they have now? They have 2.
And they need
4.
7.
They have
Yeah.
4 right now.
And
So that's
that
5,
is
6. So they just
Yeah,
need one more success with.
okay. So as long
Wolfman
as you
Skull.
get positive Wolfman.
Okay.
No pressure.
But
So
I
you
could
can
bump it
turn
up.
1. Yeah, you can turn
Yep.
1 into a success.
Yep.
And here we go. Is your fancy night creature there?
I like this system.
Yeah.
I remember
good,
it from
right?
the last time we played it. I really like it. It's so simple with the
it-
sheets.
It feels nice, right? It's very.
Yeah.
It feels
It
modular.
is
but
better than most dice pool systems.
but
that I-
and like you guys haven't had a chance to look at like the character creation, but there is like a lot of depth to
that's
customization
cool.
and builds and stuff. It
Yeah,
feels
I'm sure you can. Just like the other systems we've played with the dice pool, this one just makes it so streamlined where you're not having
Yeah.
to roll
it
13 times, count up your 13 , compare it to the other one. This one just tells you successes,
Yep.
combo. You owe me
it's so
20 bucks.
nice.
Are we putting the night creature in the church with the skeletons? Is that what
I
we're
was going to
doing?
put the zombies at this last house because it's the last one to get hit. I would tell Frankie to go up somewhere further up.
Well, I can move anywhere. If we're defending the houses, I can start here and I can book it anywhere with because of my fast speed. I'm pretty sure I can move 2 spaces.
Yep.
I feel like we should have the night creature in the church just have something hardy defending.
So yeah, I have 2 skeletons and a night creature to guard the pumpkin man.
And if
Two
anyone counts as a
bros with
monster, he
gas.
gets additional Melee.
The skeletons count as undead.
What about the pumpkin?
He is a non-combatant because he is, once again, literally a soul untethered.
Yeah.
You should be able to move the night creature tokens, by the way, Loki.
I'll say this, guys.
Nope, I don't have control of it yet.
No one has control over it, I don't think, right now.
Really?
Gombo, can we see the church from here? Is that long distance?
You can see.
Now
if shit goes down,
now you can control it.
I can basically teleport into the church as long as one of my skeletons are there.
Yep. Or into the graveyard, even if they weren't there.
Yeah. I'd have to run over to the other graveyard, but the way it reads, I can touch an undead and teleport to another undead. So I could hop back over to...
Yeah, you're right, long range, because short range... no, sorry, yeah, it's down here in the Occult-de-Sac. It is farther than long range. It's extreme range.
How long is long?
Long is... there's a zone in between you. So anything
is it three zones or 4 zones for long range?
You'd have to be in this zone here to be able to teleport.
Yes. Essentially, this is how it breaks down. Anything within your zone is short range. Anything in an adjacent zone is medium range. Anything beyond that, one more beyond that, is long, and then after that, it's extreme.
Okay, so 3 zones would get you to long range. Okay.
Yes.
So Frankie's just going to sit by that door, and if someone comes in, he can bust out. But probably not a good idea to see this monstrous Frankenstein creature just chilling on the stoop. So he's inside looking out the window.
All right.
And
is Gilman ready to attack down here? And Wolfman's setting up. I think we're looking pretty good. May put one of my zombies up here.
Yeah, go ahead and situate yourself however you think would be best.
And that way, 2 turns, I can teleport back to the church if I need to. Because my zombies don't really do shit.
Does Nefertiti count as undead or a monster?
She is undead.
Okay.
You count as a monster, Gilman counts as a monster, and Frankenstein counts as a monster.
Okay.
To step into the bog is just 1 move, right?
Yes, it's getting out of it that takes extra.
Okay. All right. We'll stay. Team Nefertiti is done.
If you plan on going to the church, because when you rush there, let Wolfman know, because he might come with you, depending on how things are on this front line.
Okay. The way she's got it set up, she can basically teleport from one zombie to the next zombie, and then the next round from one zombie to that skeleton.
Okay. Because the night creature gets a nice... So when it says it's a monster pack, if night creature's in the same zone as another monster type creature, it increases its melee by 1 step. So does that mean it goes from
I believe his
good,
so it would be great.
Okay, so and that basically means it hits on a 2.
It means that
it goes off of the enemy's defenses.
The combat you can see what I mean if you look at the rules help handout. It shows the combat ladder. I call it Thaco 2.0 because it's the same concept as comparing armor class, but it's better.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's also really nice because it lets you stack buffs like in Pathfinder, but it does reach a point where it's useless to stack more buffs because you've already hit maximum in something. So it's that happy medium in between 5Es. You get one thing, and Pathfinder they go into infinity.
Okay.
Anyway, let's fight Van Helsing.
Are you
let's
guys?
Kill this shit.
Yeah, what? I still want to know what's up with this one singular lady that you have.
She's hanging out, dude.
All right.
She likes the Fishman.
Oh,
the Fishman is giving her flowers and stuff, but she's probably screamed to the point she's hoarse.
I totally forgot to make the minor vampire controller for everyone if you want to situate that vampire wherever you want.
I really don't think I'm going to take this the direction you guys are hoping, but
I'm not hoping.
Nefertiti looks over to Dracula and says, "Is it odd that every time we lock eyes with the Gill Man, he forcefully makes that girl wave at us? We know she's not happy."
You guys can see that the Gillman isn't making any overt moves toward the woman. She's just not allowed to leave.
So you see, he's trying to input Stockholm Syndrome first.
Yes. That is my takeaway as well.
Gillman, look, over there are my friends. That's Nefertiti. Wave. Here, I'm going to shake your hand. See, wave. Yeah. Look, they're waving back. They like you.
All right. As the blood... you guys are all set up, right?
Yeah.
Because I know the minor vampire is still there. I made it so you could put them where you want.
So
all right. I like how you each spread out and took a house that's very perfect.
Mm-hmm.
As the blood moon rises, Jack, back in the defiled church, will begin the unholy incantation of the dark ritual of a dark apotheosis. And you all, from your hiding places within the houses, see bright floodlights coming down the road. As plowing through whatever wreckage of cars and into the swamp is a large armored personnel carrier car. The back of it slides out as 5 individuals, heavily armed, come out. Let me reveal their tokens. Just take a moment.
In Constantine.
Take a moment to soak in the spread here.
Glade.
Yeah. Dan Reyes, Bill Sider, Harrison.
Wait, who is Ellie Tierley supposed to be?
That is Ripley from Aliens.
Yeah.
Okay, that is her picture. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I picked one of the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
In Constantine is my favorite one, though.
Yes, I was quite happy with that.
Yes, and Glade. I mean, it was Glade.
I mean, Glade's pretty good too,
Vampire.
but In Constantine is just my favorite.
Yeah, but I copied Glade from someone else.
But now that I see Stan Ray's, Ray, if a woman asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
I love their most recent movie for calling back to that. Made me so happy.
Crap, I haven't seen that. Is that the one with the women?
No,
it's
it's about the kids. It's really good.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Anyway, back on topic.
Back on point. A guy with a shotgun and a chainsaw for a hand steps into the puddle. He's like, Jesus, the neighborhood's really gone downhills. Meanwhile, the guy and all the equipment, Stan Ray's, goes, according to my ectospectrometer, there's a great deal of unholy energy gathering near that church in the swamp, as well as in each of the houses. The daywalker vampire with silver swords, he's like, all right, keep an eye out. I bet they're still around here. And this is when I'm going to bring up the initiative order, as this is about to get nuts.
We're not here anymore.
Gotta be fucking kidding me. Glade.
Glade is my favorite.
Oh, I didn't mean to hit initiative again. My bad.
Like Blade.
It's fine. Let's see. I have to get all their initiatives up. And spoilers, these guys are substantially tougher than they have wounds and metal like you do.
Well, considering one of them is literally a fucking half vampire or whatever.
Technically full vampire, but just for some reason has none of the drawbacks. It's always kind of bothered me that that's what Blade was. He's like, I'm a daywalker. I'm like a vampire, but with none of the penalties. I'm like, fuck you.
The one thing I did like about the movie is how they showed like the vampires, if they want to go out in daylight, they can just put on a fuck ton of sunscreen.
Oh yeah. Also, if you want to roll for your night creature, there, Loki.
Oh yeah, right.
If you just click on it, and you should have access to a sheet. I know I gave that to you.
Yeah, I got that. There it is.
All right, are we doing full on attack the middle?
I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think we need to.
We can keep them busy. They can't escape to try to set up the ritual, can they?
Do we still have corpses?
Okay, it's on there.
I'll
All
say
in the
there's
bog?
is if you have zombies die, you can raise corpses from the center bog. I'll say sure.
Yeah, we didn't use all like 20 plus corpses.
I was just going to raise our skellies up here because this is going to be rough.
Let's see here. Just double checking something. Okay. Got it. And all right, so I will pause the music for a second. You see a skinny guy in a trench coat light a cigarette. He sniffs the air and goes, "Whoa. They're in the houses." And his turn is up first, and he is going to cast Fireball into... Let's see who he gets. You don't want a 1. Oh, Frankenstein's house!
Bummer.
Yeah, because he's a spellcaster. So he is going to cast Fireball. So this will be a mind channeling, difficulty 5.
Come on, whiff it.
Channeling bonus. Nothing.
Ah.
Nope. So, and then that's 3 successes. So, that zone is hit with 3 area effect damage. Your armor is still factored in. But now that zone is considered a minor hazard for, let's see, 2 rounds. I'll throw some fire on there for you.
Yep, and I am now panicked.
Yes, because the fire is in the house.
It's in the house.
And
So
Frankenstein's afraid of anything more than a handful of fire.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
So that basically whiffs my next turn.
And then he is going to use his movement and his 1 point of metal to get out of this zone by pulling back. Nefertiti.
All right, this is looking grave. So, Gombo, can I mentally direct my skeletons, or do I need to beat? Okay.
I think,
right,
I think according to the rules, you do need to give them verbal. But for this encounter, I'm going to say you can mentally. That would be more fun.
All right, verbally, I'm just going to tell them to start booking their asses back to the cul-de-sac. So, how many moves?
Well, then
I guess
that'll
they
be
would
on
wait
their
until their move. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes. And then they can move 2 zones.
Okay. And then I will. God, this is so tough because I don't want to expose myself because I'm so squishy.
I'm genuinely curious. I haven't run this game a lot, obviously, so I'm genuinely curious because these guys are about as powerful as you. I'm curious how this goes down.
Yeah. And she is much better when y'all are thinking about other people and they're all about to go. So she's going to go out the back door. And then she is going to cast Mystic Shield to increase her defense by 1. DN5, 1 success.
Cool. So you should, on your token, on conditions, there's a little shield icon with an arrow up. That's what I made that one custom for defense.
Okay.
And you can do that for, it looks like, 5 rounds. Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'll come back in to help you guys, but it would be really bad if your spellcaster went right into the middle and died right away.
Yeah, very true.
And here's the fun part. There's no concentration in this game. It just lasts for that duration. Very fixed.
Okay.
Night creatures just kind of staying put then?
God, why are we so slow compared to that?
No, I think we can move him forward. So 1, 2 to get here.
Yep.
So we'll move them up now that we could see a direction they're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Night creature.
Looks like Frankenstein might need a bit of help.
I'll have you know that is not a respectful name to call a woman.
All right, let's see.
Damn it, they're creatures of the night.
Jesus, you're so good at that.
Ellie Terley is going to use her move to smash through the window into this house, where then she then sees, very appropriately, the Gill Man, given the character this franchise this character comes from.
She's going to hump your face.
She's going to then spend a point of metal to shoot at you with her volley gun. What is your defense there, Michael?
This person standing in front of me.
Oh no, don't worry. Her rifle has spread. She's hitting her by accident too. What's your defense?
Okay. I was just making sure that we were clear there.
Yes.
Classic Ripley.
My defense.
And the Gill Man just tells her, and you think we're the monsters.
My defense is good.
All right, her ranged is good, so this will be a flat 4. No bonuses. All right, and she's got 2 points of focus, so she's able to turn that into 2 successes. So that is 4 damage against you, reduced by your armor of 2. And the lady that you're holding is fully dead because she takes half that in splash damage. Classic Ripley.
All right.
Liam!
But that's her turn. Now it's Glade's turn. Let me look at his sheet here.
Glade.
Smell the Dracula cooking?
Smell the vampire.
Does he put on, adjust his sunglasses a little bit before he draws his sword?
Oh, absolutely. And Wolfman, from your hiding place in the window, you can tell that his katana is made out of silver.
Okay.
So you take double damage from that.
Yep.
Run, motherfucker.
Now let me roll to see which house he goes into. 2, 3.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Man.
Yep.
What is with your 1d5s right now?
Jesus!
He's a
Perfect
heat
ones
seeker.
both
You
times.
nailed the one.
Unfortunately for you, his speed is fast, so he can leave difficult terrain as a move.
Oh boy.
So he fully springs in.
Mm.
Well, you're one hairy motherfucker.
That's hurtful.
He is going to come at you with his silver katana.
Women with a lot of hair.
What is your defense?
Defense is average.
Average? Okay, and his is great. So
Well, I'm mincemeat. This is gonna go very poorly.
Yep.
I think I'm dead.
God.
Oh, you're not going to die in one round. Don't worry about that.
You sure?
Your character's
Yeah.
wounds make you a bit more tanky than you think you are.
Okay.
So he is going for 2s though. So this will hurt really badly.
Yeah.
Also, check your abilities for stuff if you haven't.
Yes.
Yeah.
2. No other bonuses. Kaya.
Oh, fuck.
And he's able to turn those other with his focus points. He's
So 7, 8 damage doubled.
yeah. So
Are you sure he's not dead? That's 16.
that is all your toughness, and you take what is called a deadly wound.
So I got
Oh,
that.
hold on. Before we do that, what's your armor? I believe you have an armor of 1.
But wouldn't that
Uh,
7 become 14 since it's double?
Plus the 2, the extra damage.
Yes. All right. So it's 8 damage. So okay, let me mentally math this. So it's
8 damage double.
8
to
damage,
16.
double 16, minus 1. So that's 15 points of damage. Then 15 minus 7 is yeah. Okay. Yes. So on your sheet, Loki, if you go to where it says wounds, it'll say add wound.
Okay. Yep.
And then set the severity to deadly.
Okay.
All right. So you're at 3 of 4 on your wound track.
What's his toughness at?
0.
0 of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you're still in
I'll
the
have
fight.
my glasses on.
You're still good.
Is there penalties for being so wounded?
Nope. It's not that kind of game.
Okay.
It's very high fantasy like that.
Okay.
But you can only take 3 more damage. FYI.
So next hit, I'm dead.
He is then going to spend a point of metal to move again with blinding supernatural speed. He is going to zip out of here, and he is then in the same zone as Neferti. However, he already used his free action to get within close range, so he cannot get into sword distance with you, Neferti.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
Instead, he's going to shoot you with his machine pistol.
You got taller.
So what is your defense there right now? Cool.
And this is a question that I haven't had to look up. Is defense...
Combat abilities, there's a Mel Act Death looking text. It's the right side bar.
Yes.
For the defense.
It should be 1 higher because of your spell.
Deaf is poor.
All right, so it is average.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you on this ear. Could you ask that question again?
So his range skill is average as he's spending his last point of metal here. He's going all out. So this is going to be an even 4 as he hoses you down with his machine pistol. All right, so that is 4 points of damage reduced by your armor.
Armor of 1?
Yep, so you take 3 points of damage to your toughness. Not too bad.
3 points to toughness. So 8 goes to a 5.
God, not only do I... Oh, man. Bad.
What's your underlying wounds? So I have 4 wounds, so I don't
your
have very
wounds
much
don't get hit until you run out of toughness.
0 out toughness. Okay.
All right, and finally, Bill Cinder is going to use his movement to climb on top of the APC, cock his shotgun, rev his chainsaw, and go, all right, you primitive screwheads, come on. Let's get out here and finish this. Stop skulking around for us to pick you off one at a time. That's going to be his turn. Dracula.
Well.
Oh, did we not put the minor vampire on the initiative?
It's at 4, so I figure we'll go on.
Okay, yeah, same turn as you. That's fine.
You were invited.
Yes, you can go into all the houses now. That's not a problem.
So long range is 1, 2.
Long range is so from where you are. Long range would be any house across the street. Medium range would be the center of the cul-de-sac.
Specifically, I was thinking, try and boil his blood.
Yeah, you can hit him.
My blood!
Wait, hold on. You got 1 focus point. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Let me just quickly flip to this. Yeah, that's the problem when you build a. I mean, unless you want to spend a point of metal to, not metal to, of doom to re-roll things. It's up to you.
Nah.
All right. Okay. All right. So because your armor, you take no damage.
I was going to say, at this point, metagame, big fight. We save our doom to bring people back from the dead.
Yeah. Send the spawn out to tech raise there.
All right. So he uses movement and then free action to get within close range. All right. Ray's defense is average, so you can use your.
Its melee is average, so
That would be difficulty 4. Hey, that's a scoreboard. So 1 point of focus. Oh, that's 2 points of damage. And his armor is 1, so he takes up 1 point of toughness damage. I know you guys are just itching to say that's not very high, but remember, that's one of your fodder minions, so that is good.
Let's all come out and use my grit to try to beguile Chainsaw Man on the roof there.
Okay. So that is going to be 2 successes. And now he makes a soul determination. Difficulty 4. And he succeeds.
He succeeds handily, damn.
Hey, it's Ash Williams underneath a different name because I couldn't stomach the idea of you guys killing actual Ash. That's honestly why
I have a feeling we're not going to kill him, so you're safe.
Also, I completely forgot that everyone would take 1 point of damage for starting in the swamp zone, so I'll just go ahead and give them 1 point of damage real quick right now. I am a fair, merciless DM.
Can't wait to see what Stan Ray's shoots at us with his laser beam.
So how do you determine who goes when it comes to same
Who's
initiative?
got the highest body?
Does he have more than 3?
I'm fairly certain he has under. Let me see. Yeah, he's got 3 body. So what is your?
I got 3 body as well.
I'll just give it to you. You always go with a player character preference.
Okay. Is it my turn then, or is Dracula
your turn?
All right. So I would like to use my charge to go after. Well, is Bill in his zone? Is this a separate zone?
I'm gonna say the top of that is a separate zone.
Okay, so I'll go after Ray Stance.
All right.
Or Stan Rays. With a charge.
Of course, the Ghostbuster has to go first.
Mm-hmm.
So you get extra 2d6 for that, for your always be charging.
Yep. What's the target DN?
His defense is average, and your attack is...
Good.
Good, yeah. So then that would be difficulty 3, if I remember right.
Yeah. All right. Got that, and add 2 to it. So that would be 6 successes.
Yep, so that's a total of 7 points of damage.
He's been wounded already, so does Scent of Blood apply?
It does.
All right, so I'll be 1 extra damage.
All right, so that would be 8 points of damage, reduced by his armor of 1. So he is down to 1 point of toughness. As I said, they're about as strong as you guys are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now you can move to an adjacent zone as a free action via hit and run.
Yep, I'm going after Constantine. And then
hold on. Keep in mind that if you want to charge him, you will need to move to a different zone other than his zone.
Wait, what? Oh, okay, I see.
You can't charge someone from the same zone. So you could say move to this one and then charge him. I'm trying to be kind.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll bounce here and through to Constantine if I can. Mm-hmm. How much metal will that take? So
moving to that zone is free. Moving from your house to there, that's charged. So that was 1 action. So you still have your movement, and then you can spend 1 point of metal to charge again.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right. Okay.
Then hitting in Constantine, and this is a +3. What's his defense?
His defense, because he's a squishy caster, is average as well. So you're looking at 3.
Right. So target 3, and I get 3 since it was my second charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes up infinitely so long as you keep charging.
And that would be 7 successes.
8 damage.
Yep, because he is wounded. So that will set him at 0 and give him a minor wound.
And then I think I'll follow up, use my last medal to just attack him.
All right.
I mean, don't when you charge, you get to go into another area as a free thing?
No, he only does
Once
that
per
once
turn.
per round.
Okay.
Plus,
Okay.
I need to. I think this is my one last round.
Not true. The fun part about this system is that when your wound track is full and you take damage, you become mortally wounded, which is when you start doing death saving throws. But you're not paralyzed on the ground. You have a reduced number of actions, but you still get to fight while you're doing death saving.
Oh,
Yeah, so
sweet.
we still have a while, so let's keep
And
going.
keep in mind, they do the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a very knockdown, drag out brawl.
Because we are going long,
To
but
the
I'm probably
death.
going to be gone after another 20 minutes, guys, because I have to work at 5 in the morning.
I'm sorry. I as I said, I'm sorry about this, guys. Trying my best here.
It's fine.
This
I'm
is
just,
fun.
I'm just
We
trying
have to go a second session. We can.
All right. So that's 3 successes,
For 5
and
damage.
2 extra damage.
All right, so he takes a deadly wound. All right, so his wound track is exactly full. He is not mortally wounded yet.
Okay.
But that is your turn.
Yep.
And Rays loses his last bit of toughness to the terrain. Let's see, what has he got here? You guys are looking at 1 character sheet. I'm looking at 5. So
Yeah. Everyone but Cope knows the troubles of being a DM. We get it. But yeah, if we need to stop and we can't finish this, we can always continue at the beginning of the next session and then segue into Rune Lords.
Yeah.
And plus, next session is like just a little bit before Halloween, so it'll be fitting and self-thematic.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do. This is kind of like supposed to be the climax of it.
Yeah, we'll see how
What's
far
up?
we
Are
can
we
get for
having
another
to,
20 minutes.
Or having to stop?
Because I have to leave at 9 because I have to work in the morning, and that means I'll have like maybe 6 hours of sleep.
Yeah. All right. So he is going to here to get out of the water. But he is then going to spend a point of metal to shoot Wolfman with his proton blaster.
Not the proton blaster.
Your defense is good. Loki?
Don't cross the streams.
Loki.
Sorry, I'm here.
Your defense?
My defense is average.
Average. Okay, so he is doing this at 2 then. Kazap. All right, so that is going to be 5 points of damage. You are mortally wounded. Also, plasma beams wrap around you, and you're also restrained because for some reason Ghostbuster beams function like fishing rods.
All right, so how do I do that? Do I add?
Add one more minor. Add another wound and set it to minor, and that'll fill out your track.
Okay, and then I click mortally wounded.
Yep.
Last one taken was.
It was a deadly wound because it was 5 damage.
Okay.
No, sorry, moderate because your armor reduced it.
Okay.
That'll affect the difficulty of rolls, but that's his turn.
There's minor, serious, and deadly. Serious
Sorry,
then?
serious. I keep getting their names confused.
Okay.
All right, Gilman.
All right. Walking up and trying to disarm.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, let me flip to the called shot rules. Sorry. Where are you? Upper interaction obscured, moving in combat. Here we go. Arms. Her defense will be considered 1 step, but if it deals damage, it drops an item they are carrying, such as a weapon or a shield. So her defense will be considered great for this, but if you deal damage, you can knock that volley gun out of her hands.
Okay. So it would be. Oh, and I regenerate a point of toughness.
1 point of toughness. If you were in that bog, you'd be going faster, but you grow back.
Yeah.
So
All right.
her defense is great if you're going for the great if you're going for the disarm.
Yeah. So that would mean I have a. Trying to find where am I? I think I have a. Is it MEL that's the melee attack?
MEL for melee, yes.
Yeah. Then I have a good melee attack, so it would be
difficulty 5. If you get 1 point of damage, you disarm. And she
All
has
right.
an armor of 1. Oh my god, I totally forgot you have gotten a free acid breath attack when she entered your zone. We'll resolve that after this.
All right. Haha.
That'll do it. So 4 points of damage reduced by her armor. So she takes 3 points, and you knock the volley gun out of her hands.
Cool. Now I'm going to use the point of metal and grapple.
Mm-hmm. All right. So this will be an opposed body athletics. Or body might, sorry. She's pretty tough, but not as strong as you. Difficulty 4. She gets 2 successes.
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Restrained. She can't move away from you now.
And he gets an acid spit, I guess?
Yes, this is a retroactive.
Acid kiss.
Because you would have had that last
I like
round.
wrapping her up and then kissing Ripley with the acid.
Because technically, his ability, when someone enters his zone, he can spit acid as a free action once per round. So you can go ahead and make that attack. What's your accuracy, which would be the middle of the 3 rows?
My accuracy is average.
Average? Okay. And hers is good. So this will be difficulty 5.
All right.
This is just gravy at this point because this is retroactive. That is scoreboard. And you rolled a 6. So that means that her armor would have been destroyed. And
cool.
then if you look at your noxious breath talent, it has an additional effect as well while I deal with this.
So is it possible for me to move zones with them grappled now?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm going to hold them in a posture where if anyone made a move or attacked me, I could easily kill them.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that isn't too much to say. And then I'm going to move into this space. Move like pretty far over here.
Yep. It's all the same zone.
Take her into the sewer.
All right.
Skeletons are going to be coming, I assume.
Yeah, you can go ahead and move your skeletons there, Cope.
Yep, and they have normal. So
yeah, they got normal speed. So
they'll be on these right here.
Move into one, and then
they can be on this one.
Action into the next, right?
Yep. So that's where they're going to get this one right here.
Yeah.
Oh, how far could my mini move with fast speed? I just realized. Yeah.
Oh, then it would be here.
Okay.
Because it would double move.
Okay. Yeah.
Nope. One more zone. Into the difficult terrain swamp.
Oh. Okay. Sweet.
Yep. So then it would be my turn to run away from the fire.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use my movement to get as far away from the fire as I can, which is in Constantine space.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as per the rules, I have to roll a soul determination to remove the frightened condition.
Mm-hmm. You can still act with a frightened condition. You just take a 1 die penalty to everything.
I have a plan, so I'm going to try to do it once at least, because I have my might or whatever it's called. So, what's the difficult name of the room? Let me. Difficulty is 4.
Yep, and you just need 1 success, I believe.
2.
Whatever I put there. Past me knew what I was doing.
Nope. So then I'm going to spend my whatever point is called to act metal. And according to the rules, I can seize the initiative, which means I'll start the round next round.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get my full turn right before Constantine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do that.
Nice.
That is how that works. The zombies going anywhere, Coat?
Yes. This zombie is coming down or coming through the back door into here. But since they're slow,
that's their
his entire action? Yeah.
And now I will make a roll for Jack to see how he's progressing on that ritual.
Boy,
God, that's how long it took us to do one round.
I was supposed to be doing something up here, but this architecture is just fascinating.
Let me see here. Difficulty 4. Thank you, past me.
A fifth of the way there.
He's 5 successes in.
Oh, quarter of the way there.
Oh God, yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah,
we're not gonna make it to 20.
Oh, we got 5 doom, so it's third of the way there.
Oh, that's true.
Yep.
What does the 5 doom turn into?
We can basically turn into 5 of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Also, oh wait, no, your armor would have soaked it. Never mind. Frank.
Okay, so I am going to offset my frightened by using my battle rage to increase my melee by sacrificing my defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna have poor defense, but I'm gonna have extraordinary melee.
Yep. So everything's on 2s.
Should I check the boxes for the extraordinary thing? For the melee?
You don't need to worry about that right now.
Okay. I just wasn't sure for rolling the dice and everything.
No, you have to custom set the DN. So it's just for bookkeeping.
It's a DN2 right now.
Yep, because he's got.
And I am going to dual wield and try to fucking go to town on this guy.
Barely needed. He's at maximum wound track. 1 wound will make him go mortally wounded. So
I'm still doing it because I can.
You look at what your total dice pool would be, body plus melee, and then you divide that between your 2 attacks.
Yeah, so I have a 7, so a 3 and a 4, I guess.
Yep. It might just be easier just to roll those as a type in.
I don't know what that means. So should I just roll the normal thing and we can just do the math for which one, or how am I doing that?
Yeah, we can do that. When I said type in, I mean literally you go /R space 1d3, 3d6, or whatever you want to do.
Okay, so with DN2, I'll just roll the 3d6 for the first one.
Mm-hmm. Scoreboard.
So he takes 3 plus 2.
So he is now mortally wounded with a deadly wound.
And then he takes another 2 on top of that because of the first hit. And he's also stunned because I rolled a 6 on a crushing weapon.
He's already stunned by going into mortally wounded. And stunned is different. You don't lose your turn. You just can't spend metal anymore.
Does it bear attacking him again?
I believe so, because I'll make his death save harder. I'm just checking here.
Okay, because if not, I'll move over to stand for my second one.
Hold on. It's here. Damage dealt. Deafness, deadly. Oh, here we go. Beating a dead dwarf. Out here. If a character falls, man. Oh, wrong one. Damage while mortally wounded. Here we go. If you suffer damage while mortally wounded, the complexity of the death test increases by 1. So if you hit him again, that means that it is harder for him to survive.
Yeah, he hit me with fire. I'm going to hit him again.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. So he is looking at a death test of 4, and his highest stat is 4. Okay. So if he takes one more damage while he's down, it'll be impossible for him to succeed his death save, and he'll instantly die.
Okay, yeah, I'll just spend my grit and or whatever it's called, and just do a full attack this time.
I think you already did use, didn't you?
Because I used it to turn my initiative into the top of the initiative last round, and then I get it back this round. I did that on purpose because I'm at the end of the initiative anyway, so this is going to be beneficial for me.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. That'll do it. All right.
You hit me with fire, I hit you with fists.
Keanu Reeves is dead. He had a lot of fun stuff too.
Whoa.
He had like Fireblade buffs. He could do the Soul Steal thing, magical barriers.
Well, now he's a 4 tank.
That's Yep.
Well, I have movements. I'm going to just step over to stand raise and be like, sup.
Nefertiti.
If any of us have proven anything, no one is really dead. Anubis will decide it all.
And you guys tell me when you want to call it.
Yeah. I'm probably going to head out here in a second, but if you guys want to continue without me, that's fine as well.
I really think we ought to call it. I mean, we got so much more to do.
Yeah.
I'm fine with continuing and then going into the Rune Lord session and then do Rune Lord.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, there's so much more of this fight to go, and I don't want to make it suck by Lottie dying any of it before Halloween.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Remember, I think it was Cope was going to be doing the flashback when we do get to the Rune Lords next week, though.
Yep.
Yes, which I prepared last night, and then y'all talked about 2 nights ago, and I talked about Halloween. And I was like, oh, that sucked anyway. Staying with it.
I do got to go immediately, then, guys. Can't wait. I can't wait till next week. I'm curious to see how much of the undead or monstrosities die.
Mm-hmm.